Okay, then welcome to the 2021 edition of Akademy. As you can see, we're doing it like we were doing it last year. We can still meet, but well, it's nevertheless a good idea to get together and discuss the different topics that we care about. It's been, well, a special year once more. For our community and for our society at large. And well, we're continuing doing it this year, extending the experience a little bit more from last year. But well, I hope that you all enjoy what we have on store for you. We had trainings yesterday. I hope you attended them. We are also going to have talks today and tomorrow, but also on Friday. So don't forget about Friday. We're also going to have BOFs during the whole week where we are going to discuss all of the super important topics that KDE is caring for these days. I recommend you all to join them and well, make the best out of them. Something that I think is worth mentioning is that we started setting up the infrastructure for the Akademy as a conference, but we've been doing it over this year. Probably 2020/2021 will be the years of video conferencing, and in KDE we have definitely been doing that a whole lot. So, well, thanks a lot to the organizers who have put this infrastructure together, because it has been helping us a lot. Also, thanks a lot to our sponsors for this conference. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. At least it wouldn't be all that great. Namely, we have Ambition, KDAB, The Qt Company, GitLab, Fedora, OpenSUSE, Canonical, Remarkable, Pine64, Shells, Tuxedo Computers, and Collabora. Thank you very much for being part of Akademy and for well, wanting to be here with us, making KDE and free software better. Something that is going to be super important this year as well is that we're turning 25 next October. Stay tuned for all of the exciting events that are going to happen there. I imagine there's going to be some meetings over the week on the topic. Be sure to join them. Also, Kenny was telling me, remember them to upload the picture for the group photo. Do so. You have the instructions on the emails that the organization sent you. Without much further ado, remember, clean your hands, wear a mask, and well, please enjoy Patricia's talk. Thank you very much. Enjoy Akademy.
Thanks, Aleix. And with that, let's welcome Patricia Aas with the talk, I Can't Work Like This. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you for having me, and good morning. I'd like to welcome you to Bugs as a Service. This will be our company for this morning. Bugs as a Service makes a bug tracker plus. It's a fancy company, but it's a very small company. It's a small team. Let me also introduce our problem. Our problem is here represented as a purple ball. We don't know much about this problem. We aren't really sure if it's a serious problem. We're not exactly sure if it is a problem at all. And if it is a problem, we're not exactly sure if we have to fix it right now, or if it's easy to fix, or even if it will take a long time to fix. So it's a very, very unclear problem that we have. Now let's say that we could place that problem. in some sort of system. So let's say that we could say it was a red problem or a yellow problem or a blue problem or a green problem. Maybe if we could classify the problem somehow, that would tell us something. But maybe how we solve problems tells us more about the problem itself. Like maybe we could distinguish different problems from each other by thinking about how we solve problems. So down here, let's imagine that we have crisis. Now this could be like an everyday crisis, like a house full of 3-year-olds, for example. These are unfolding crises. Like stuff will happen. You can't just sit down and pretend it's not there. Things will happen. Like if your house is burning down, you can pretend it's not, but it will burn to the ground. So these are things that if you don't do anything about it, it will resolve itself, and probably not in a way that you like. Now up here we have other types of problems. Now these are problems that you don't necessarily know what the problem is or how to solve it. So you kind of have to experiment, try out different things, debug, trying to learn. So there's a lot of unknowns in this scenario. So a lot of detective work to try to figure things out. Whereas up here you have really nice problems, delineated problems. You know what the problem is. You know how to solve the problem. You're not really worried about that. You know that the problem can be solved. Now you're thinking more, what is the best way to solve these kinds of problems? Like there are several ways, but what is the best way for us? Maybe there's this, you have a tradition of engineering, of best practices that you want to apply to the problem. Down here, we have great, wonderful problems. These are problems that are solved with automation and routine. These are problems we know exactly how to do. We just have to do it. Sometimes we might realize that there's some bug in our automation or maybe some steps missing from our checklist. But this is stuff that we can fix so that next time we do it better. But we know how to solve these problems. Now you have certain people that tend to work in parts of this. And so this system, by the way, is often called the Cynefin framework. It's made by a guy named Dave Snowden, and he talks about it as a sense-making framework, and he has like names for these different things. So down here he calls this the chaotic domain, and this is the complex domain, and here is the complicated domain, and down here is the clear domain. So they have names, but I want to talk more about the people who work there. So you have certain people who tend to work mostly in one domain. So here we have Ellis. He works for Bugs as a Service. Ellis started off his career as a graphical designer. Now his official title is probably UX designer, but he does all things design and creative at this very small team at Bugs as a Service. He's a very creative person. He wants to be an artist, maybe, and he likes to play music. So he actually has a SoundCloud just in case, a tweet goes viral at some point. And he likes to try to figure out what is the best thing for the users, and does a lot of like off the wall thinking and just throwing ideas out there. Now up here is Alex. Alex does not throw ideas out there. That's not what he does. He will throw solutions out there. If you give him a problem, he will try to give you a solution. Alex is also a little bit tired of his job. He's more interested in the stuff that he does at home. And at home, he likes to play video games, and he also likes to do a home automation and all sorts of like little pet projects and open source stuff that he has going on. And that's really what keeps him going, because he kind of thinks his job is a little bit boring. But down here we have Bailey, and Bailey loves her job. Bailey loves her job because it basically means that she can make order out of chaos. So Bailey is an SRE, or a site reliability engineer, but she used to be just called a sysadmin. Her basic role, she feels like, is just to keep the world from descending into chaos. So everything has to have a system. There should be order. She's not a big fan of Ellis's off-the-wall ideas either. She thinks that we should have a plan and we should follow it, and no one should be all too creative about the world. Down here we have Parker. Parker is an instant responder. And this means that Parker has a very strange kind of personality. So when the world is on fire, Parker is smiling. When everyone feels like, oh my gosh, and everyone is super stressed out, Parker is like, finally, my moment is here. So Parker will smile in the most inopportune moments where things really are not to be smiled about. But you have also people that don't really know where they belong. Like here, we have Finley. Now, Finley was a dev, but then Finley got a promotion. Finley's not exactly sure that being a tech lead was a promotion, because now Finley feels like most of her time is being spent in meetings, and she actually really liked to code. But being in this complex domain, in this creative domain, is necessary for Finley, because she has to balance the role of trying to figure out what is the right system to build versus how to build the right system, which is her dev side. And so balancing what should we make with how should it be made is a part of her role. You also have Oakley. Oakley is a senior dev. And one of the things that Oakley's been working hard on lately is automation. So working on the CI/CD pipeline, making sure that, that when we push things to production, they work properly. Also making sure that there's an infrastructure that can be easily put up and pulled down, and all of those things. So that's more in the clear domain where Oakley has been working with the automation. In the clear domain, you also find Kian, who does QA. QA means that Kian is basically everywhere all the time. Kian is non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. And Kian loves to figure things out, and actually quite enjoys when there is a disaster in some way together with Parker, just because finally, I guess, things really went as badly as Kian always worries about. It's a strange thing. Kian worries constantly. When things actually go bad, Kian kind of likes it. Also, Kian likes to investigate things, and maybe that's why Kian likes it when things are bad, because that means that Kian can run around and figure things out, what actually went wrong, and a little bit, making order out of chaos there. So let's take a look at our team. So we have Parker, our instant responder, Kian, our QA, Bailey, our site reliability engineer, Oakley, our senior dev, Alec, our dev, Finley, our tech lead, and Ellis, our designer. And together, they are the parts of Bugs as a Service, our company. Oh yeah, sorry, I almost forgot. This is Jeff. Jeff is our sales guy. He talks on the phone a lot and smiles a lot and speaks really loudly a lot. Oh yeah, and this is Brad. Jeff talks a lot with Brad on the phone because Brad is the customer. Okay, so it's Saturday, and today all of these people are going to have a really bad day. So welcome to my talk. I can't work like this. And also welcome to KDE Akademy 2021. My name is Patricia Aas. I'm a trainer and a consultant. I'm a C++ programmer. I've been programming now in C++ for about 15 years. I've been specializing lately in application security. And I work for a company that I co-founded called TurboSec. My first job was on the original Opera browser, where actually we were working in the floor above Trolltech at the time. Then I went over to do some Java consulting for a little while, and then went to Cisco, where I made embedded child presence systems, also using Qt up there. Then I went back to making a browser again at Vivaldi, and when I have time, I work on a pet project of mine, which is making a browser as well. So I guess I have a thing about browsers. I have a master's degree in computer science, and my pronouns are she, her. But back to our heroes. Okay, so Kian is our QA. Kian is always worried. That is sort of Kian's default state of mind, where Kian is always worried, mostly worried about whether something is Kian's fault. But in this case, Kian's worry actually helped, because Kian being worried, Kian had started making all sorts of little monitors for production to see if weird things were going on, because Kian gets less worried if there's monitoring in production. But this morning, early on a Saturday morning, one of the monitors kicked in, and it says, data exfil threshold exceeded. Okay, so we have an alert in production. Kian starts looking into the logs, trying to figure out what is it that had happened. And they do look weird. So Kian pings the rest of the team on Slack. I think something's wrong. Someone seems to be pulling a lot of data off the server. We might have a problem. I mean, it seems like a problem. So in comes Oakley, who's been chilling on the couch reading a book. She takes a look at the logs, and yeah, they do look odd, right? So she logs into the server, has a look around to see what's running there, and this does not look normal. Okay, so she pings Bailey. We need an SRE eye on this. Bailey is not happy because Bailey was building IKEA shelves, and Bailey takes building IKEA shelves very seriously. Following instructions is Bailey's favorite. But she does have a notification on Slack on at all times with sound loud, and she responds to the call. She catches up what's been going on, and then she says, but nothing's happened. It's Saturday. Everything was fine yesterday. Which is not something that makes Bailey feel good, because Bailey does not like weird things happening in production. But the truth is something is off, right? Performance is down and massive amounts of data is being pulled off the server. So something's going on. We have a problem, and it is unfolding as we speak. So this isn't really an unknown class of problem anymore. This is clearly a problem in the chaotic domain. We still don't know anything, and it is unfolding. So we have a problem in the chaotic domain. Okay, so in comes Parker, our incident responder. She pops in, takes one look at everything that's been going on, and then goes straight to Bailey and says, take the site and the server offline immediately. Then she hops on a Slack thread with Kian and Bailey, and they need to figure this stuff out because something is seriously wrong. But our first set of heroes have done a very important thing, and especially Parker. They moved the problem from the chaotic domain into the complex domain. They did this very simply by taking the server offline. Taking the server and the site offline, they got to put a pause button on the problem. It was no longer unfolding. It was giving them time to have a look at the problem. So we're not bleeding data anymore. We still don't know what was going on. We don't know what has happened, but at least we know that it has stopped happening. Whatever was going on is not currently happening. So we have some time to try to figure it out. And so our heroes managed to move the problem from the chaotic domain into the complex domain. In comes Ellis, our designer, and Finley, our tech lead. Now they are here for a totally different reason. They also pop into Slack, but for something completely different. They have alerts on the Twitter account for bugs as a service. And they've been added on Twitter with some weird tweets. cryptic tweets, really. First one shows up at 8 a.m., says, "We got your data." And then, like, "Are you still sleeping?" And then Bugs as a Service doesn't care about their customer, it seems. Very strange. The catching up, Finley starts to worry that this has something to do with what is currently being debugged, what is currently being investigated, right? So she jumps in and tries to debug the system on a Zoom call with Oakley. And they also ping Alec to join them because, you know, something is going on and we need to figure it out. But Alex is busy. Alex is gaming. And Alex does not want to work on a Saturday. And, but he sees the ping, right? So he's like, okay, fine. I'll come debug with you. But come on, it's Saturday. So they all sit down on a Zoom call, all trying to mob debug this problem, trying to figure out what is going on here. Meanwhile, Ellis is diving deep into the Twitter sphere, trying to figure out what is going on with these tweets. Like, does this person or the people know anything? Do they actually have any data? What is going on? In comes Brad, the customer. Brad is not happy. Brad is having a bad Saturday morning as well. So he calls Jeff, our sales guy, who is trying to be chipper. Brad is screaming, "What is going on? The server is offline. We can't get any work done. What kind of terrible product are you people making?" And Jeff was like, "Oh, I'm not sure. It's nothing. Well, let me check with the team. Don't worry. We'll get it back in a jiffy." But Finley, Oakley, and Alec, they're still sitting around trying to debug this problem when Jeff turns up in the Zoom call. And Jeff is not happy on a Saturday morning either. Jeff starts screaming to everyone, "What is going on? I've got the client on the phone. He says the server's offline. I need info ASAP." Suddenly, nobody's doing anything anymore. All we have is a Zoom call where Jeff is just screaming at everyone to do something, but nobody can do anything because Jeff is screaming. And truth of the matter is, Alec didn't want to be here anyway. Alec wanted to be home gaming, and it's not working out for Alec. And now it's someone screaming at him for something that Alec believes strongly is not his fault. So Alec gets angry. "Listen, we're trying to work here. Be quiet. Leave us alone. We're actually trying to fix your problem, but we can't do anything as long as you're screaming." But Jeff is not having it. "I have a paying customer on the line. I need answers now." Jeff thinks that solving problems is something that you can do by yelling at people. So the idea here is that if you yell more at people, they will do more things. Unfortunately, that doesn't really actually work the way that Jeff thinks it does. And the thing is, Alec is not having it anymore. He is sick and tired. It's early Saturday morning. He was having a good day, and now everyone is screaming, and he can't get his job done, and he is sick and tired of this job anyway. And so he just screams right back, "I can't work like this." It's clear somebody has to defuse the situation. So Finley steps in. Being tech lead, that's sort of her role. And she takes Jeff off the call and sits down with him on a separate Zoom call. And meanwhile, the customer is still screaming on Jeff's phone, which is making Jeff like still kind of aggressive. But Finley now, she can't participate in the debugging anymore because now she has to manage Jeff and Brad's feelings because they clearly can't handle the situation and keep on screaming and yelling. Meanwhile, though, Ellis has been diving into these tweets, and he's come to the conclusion that they are fake. Like, even though we have an ongoing situation with something going on with data, these people don't have any data, and it was just an accident that it came at the same time. So basically, we're not too worried about the tweets anymore. Also, Kean has made some discoveries. Someone, we're not saying who, but it was totally Alec, had committed the server credentials to the open GitHub repo. And but the thing is, luckily, there's no sensitive information there. There's everything that's there is just stuff that you could have pulled off, scraped off the website anyway. So whatever these people are pulling off the server, it's not sensitive and nobody really cares. So the situation isn't as bad as it seems, but it's still kind of embarrassing because, you know, it is what it is. But through this process with Ellis investigating the tweets and Kean looking at the Git logs, they have discovered what the problem is, and they have moved the problem from being in the complex domain into the complicated domain. And the complicated domain is the perfect domain for software developers because now we know what to do. So we have leaked data, but the data was not sensitive, so we don't really care about that. But the intruder had access to the server, and that we don't want. So we moved the problem into the complicated domain, but it's not finished. We still have stuff to do. But the heroes for moving our problem this time is Aleix, our designer, and Kean, our QA. So they managed to figure out what was going on and move the problem into the complicated domain. Okay, so back to the Zoom call. Finley is back together with Oakley and Alec. Now the problem is at least clear. We know what the problem is. And so together they discuss how it should be fixed. So they form a plan. The first one isn't really necessary, but they really want to remove the creds from Git history, mostly because they find it embarrassing and also because Alec is a bit embarrassed about the whole thing. But they also need to bring a new server instance online with new credentials and everything and bring the site back up. So Oakley, Alec, and Finley have made a plan, and by making that plan, have basically decided that the problem should be solved through automation by bringing up the site again. So they have moved the problem into the clear domain. So our heroes this time have moved the problem down here. Excellent. Okay, so down there we have a new set of heroes. So we have Oakley, our senior dev, who's been working with Bailey, our SRE, for a long time before this on automation. And they have a system for taking down and bringing up the site on new instances. And they have Kean to do their initial testing. So they use what they already had, and they get a new server instance online, point all the traffic towards it, bring up both the site and the server online again, and Kean does the initial testing on the live website, and thumbs up, bugs as a service is back. You know, now Brad, the customer, should be happy, which would make Jeff, the sales guy, happy again, and everyone can go back to having a happy Sunday or Saturday. So we had a problem in the clear domain, but it could be solved in the clear domain. And we moved it all the way there by moving it from chaos to complex to complicated and finally to clear. And we managed to fix it. So our hero is in the clear domain, managed to bring the site back up, and bugs as a service is back. Now, the thing is that this model with these 4 domains don't really reflect what we did today, because most problems start as unknowns and then they move. So we started off with a purple problem, which is basically saying we don't exactly know where this problem belongs. It was only after a little bit of an investigation it turns out that this problem was in the chaotic domain, and then that's where we pulled in our crisis management, right? So this is where Parker took the site offline and where we had some time to debug the problem in the complex domain. Once we figured out what the problem was, we moved the problem into the complicated domain where we could use our engineering experience, our good practice, everything that we know how to do to figure out a good plan to fix it. And ended up that the fix was actually in the clear domain with automation and routine. Now, if you look at the Cynefin framework, how Dave Snowden draws it, he draws it more like this. And so what we have here is this little space in the middle where we can put things that are unknown. So this is our unknown problem. In our case, we figured out that it was in the chaotic domain. We moved it into the complex domain, then into the complicated, and then finally into the clear where we solved it. But any problem, when it starts out, we don't know where it belongs, and it could end up in any domain. It's just in our case, it ended up being in the chaotic domain because it was unfolding. So now, sitting back afterwards, let's do a little bit of a think about what happened in our process. So Alec and Finley sit down, have a cup of coffee. Let's do a little bit of a retrospective, a post-mortem on this problem. What is it really that we need to learn from this? So Alec asked Finley, he's like, what is the underlying lesson here? What should we learn from this? Like, how can we use this to become better in the future? And Finley, don't push creds to GitHub. I mean, But Alex says, no, really, like, what should we learn from this? Because there must be a lesson here for us. And maybe folks being different isn't a bug. Maybe that is actually the feature. Because what we saw here is that people thinking differently and acting differently in different situations, people being used to different kinds of problems, were contributing to the problem being moved through the different domains to finally ending up in a situation that we could fix. It is, if you look at this chaotic domain, people who operate in the chaotic domain, who like to operate in the chaotic domain, they are generally decisive people who walk in and kind of boss people around. And in most situations, you don't like people like that. They're very annoying people. But when there is an unfolding crisis, you want someone to take initiative, to take some kind of leadership role. It feels really comforting when things are falling apart around you, to look at a person who seems to know what they're doing. And oftentimes that role is not so important that they actually know what they're doing, as long as they can act confidently. And people who are used to working in the chaotic domain, they have that calmness in a crisis, where they can walk in and look around, see what is essential right here and now, and move on that information. So for example, a first responder who walks up to someone who's been in an accident, looks them over and thinks, what is going to kill this person first? I mean, looking over a house full of 3-year-olds going, okay, so how can we get the situation under control? Looking at a house on fire going, okay, so first of all, we need to stop the fire. We can worry about what caused the fire later, but we have to stop the fire first, or stop the fire from spreading. This kind of drilling down into the essentials are the kinds of qualities that you need in people who operate in the chaotic domain. In the complex domain, you have the people who are creative, who are out-of-the-box thinkers, there's a system to the madness, but it might seem very off the wall to people looking at it. It is a creative process. It involves a lot of back and forth, trying things out and finding things that don't work. It's not a structured process, and it can frustrate people so much, especially people who are used to being in the complicated domain or in the clear domain. Because people in the complicated domain, they like structure. They like systems. Like if you look at developers who move between the complex and the complicated domain, people in the complex domain, that's where you make your prototypes. That's where you try stuff out. That's where you do your first bring up just to see if it works. Whereas in the complicated domain, you have a plan and you follow through. But even though it's like if you have a bug that you don't know much about, you might start off in the complex domain by debugging, just investigating, trying to figure out what is going on. But once you know what the bug is, you move into the complicated domain where you're like, how should I fix this? It becomes a well-defined problem. And people who are used to operating in the complicated domain can be very frustrated with people who work in the complex domain, and vice versa. People in the complex domain who creative people might feel like they're not allowed their creativity when people want them to tell them exactly how things should have been done in advance. And they're like, I don't know, I have to try. But probably the most frustrated person with people in the complex domain, and maybe also with the complicated domain, are people who are used to working in the clear domain. These are people who are used to solving their problems with automation and routine and process. They do not like all of this like back and forth changing stuff. And they definitely are not fans of complex people who are too much imagination and too much creativity and too much throwing things at the wall and see what sticks. People in the clear domain don't like that. They like a plan, a system, and they want everything to be running perfectly smoothly all the time. The best thing would be if everyone would just like stop moving for like 5 minutes so that things could just work. Now, when it comes down to what should we learn from this, I think Kian is actually of a different opinion. So Kian thinks that the real lesson here is that you should never underestimate QA. They know where all the bodies are buried. Because it was Kian that actually managed to dig up that someone, Alec, checked in the credentials to GitHub. And by doing that, Kian managed to move the problem from the complex domain into the complicated domain. All of the devs were sitting around trying to debug the problem, but none of them actually found what Kian found. And one of the special things about QA that you might have noticed here is Kian is operating all over the place. Both in the automation, in the clear domain, and also in the crisis. It was actually Kian that discovered the problem in the first place, so that Parker could come in and get that decisiveness and shut down the servers. But it was the investigation that Kian kept on doing, because Kian kept on digging. And some people are like that. They are just super curious people, and they just want to know. And that digging was actually the ones that saved the day to actually bringing the real bug into the light and making it possible to fix it. And also later for Kian to test it. So Kian was the one that was kind of running around all over the place, but not really getting a lot of credit for getting stuff done. And some people are like that. They are enablers in their teams, but they don't necessarily get the recognition that they need. They practice their work by making other people better. And some of those roles are not necessarily well recognized. Kian does not make a big deal out of themselves. Kian will instead dig up little nuggets of information here and there, giving it to people to then run with it. So we have our company, Bugs as a Service, with Kian down here, who is the all over the place kind of person. Bailey, who is the one that will structure everything to make sure it works, to get everything in line and to make sure it works every day the way it should. We have Parker, who, it's fun to have a system and it's fun to be creative, but what is really fun is when everything's on fire. Which means Parker will be the inappropriate smiling person at any kind of disaster area. but that is what Parker loves to do. Oakley is super happy, both with being able to build things, but also to be working together with Bailey to find good automation steps to make the whole development process smooth. Because Oakley believes pushing to production is the best thing. So making sure that that is safe is something that Oakley really appreciates. Ellis, our designer, now he is the creative spirit in all of this, and totally underrated by most other people, because people don't realize that the creativeness that Ellis brings to the table is actually what makes Bugs as a Service so popular. It is what makes Brad, the customer, be so angry, because it actually matters that the site is online. And that has a lot to do with Ellis's empathy and how Ellis can relate to the end user. And then we have Alec, who sometimes kind of misses the ball at work, but mostly because Alec might not be as challenged as he should be. He's not having enough fun at work. He's not really feeling inspired these days. And that's something maybe his colleagues could help him with. Maybe he needs to be challenged more, given more responsibility, given a chance to use those skills that he clearly has. To grow more at work. And then we have Finley, our tech lead, who managed to juggle these roles of hers, from being this kind of a people person who has to manage a team, but also manage the sales guy, Jeff, and the customer, Brad, and manage them when they went off, being very angry. And managed to pull them off the team so that the team actually managed to solve the problem. And sometimes that is a huge job of being the buffer between the anger and the people who are solving the problem. And Finley really pulled that off. Unfortunately, that meant that Finley couldn't really participate much in the solving of the problem. And that is the story for today. It's a story about a team. Building something together and solving problems as a group. And what I hope that you bring from this is that sometimes you might look around at your colleagues and be annoyed. You might be, maybe you're an Alec, maybe you're a little bit disgruntled with your work, but most of the time you're just annoyed that people are just, they don't have a proper plan. And so what I'm hoping that you will look at this and think, okay, actually, all of these people participated together to fix the problem on a Saturday morning, working from home, from their couches. They managed to bring it all together, not despite their differences, but because of their differences. And that is something that I hope that we can all bring together, and to see that we, even though we're different, we can all bring our whole selves to work. And by doing that, we can make our whole teams and our whole organizations better. So thank you so much for listening. And that is my talk.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for this talk. It seems that we have a Q&A widget for the attendees to use.
Yeah.
And also maybe we can encourage them to ask in the chat.
Yes.
If that's not a problem. There's a small delay in the stream, so let's give them a moment or two to type the questions in either the widget or the chat, and we'll see.
So the chat, is that the KDE Matrix channel?
Yeah, the Akademy Talks 1. That's the one everyone is watching at right now. Okay, the chat is full of applause so far, but also in the widget I see the very first question.
Yes,
from Kai. What was the name of the underlying model again?
Oh, Cynefin framework. So it's written like Cynefin with a C and a Y. It's apparently a Welsh word. So he's been working on it for, I think, like 10 years. Dave's known. It's very interesting, and he has lots of interesting talks about it. So I really encourage you to look at those.
Okay, thanks.
I can also bring it. Let's see if I can also bring it back, actually, so we can have a look.
So someone already linked it in the
Excellent.
in the chat. Yeah, thank you, IP Wizard. Yeah, exactly.
I don't have the chat right here, so if there's questions, please read them to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. So far, mostly applause and thank yous, and no further questions yet.
One of the things that I found really interesting about this model was mostly this this realization that people are used to different kinds of problems, and that being used to different kinds of problems, like here, let's see if we have these here. Being used to different kinds of problems means that you approach problems in different ways. Like Parker is a very decisive kind of take charge kind of person. And that kind of personality works really well in a crisis, but it doesn't work very well if you're in the middle of a creative process. If you're trying to figure out what should we do this or this, then if somebody comes in and was like, tries to decide, it breaks the entire process, and you can't, and you might end up with a suboptimal solution, because what you need here is more of a facilitator, like trying to figure out, get people to talk and bring those ideas out and spin off other people's ideas to try to nail what is a good solution for us. And when you go into the complicated domain, it's more about what is the best way to solve the problem. We don't want to be too creative. We want to follow best practices. We want to be structured, and there you might have like your test-driven development, and you have like a certain flow of things, and people there are not too fond of the whole creative process either. And then in the clear domain where Bailey is like, it's mostly about uptime, keeping things together. It's like, we don't want to have a complicated system for anything. We want to make sure it's the push of a button and everything just works. And people who are used to working in different domains have different kinds of personalities, but they're all needed to make a good feature or a good product. And I think we fight too much without actually realizing that we are being different is good.
Okay, I don't see further questions, but in case people do want to ask you later something, do you have any contact information? Or...
Yeah, you can reach me on Twitter. My handle is here, so it's Pati_Gallardo on Twitter, and my DMs are open as well. So just ping me whenever.
Oh, one question did came up while you were showing the Twitter handle. Where would the salesperson go with solving problems by yelling strategy?
I think if you ask Jeff, like, I think Jeff would say that he is up here with Alec, like he's a reasonable man with like a reasonable plan. But the truth is, he's probably more over here in the creative domain, where he's more, but it doesn't really have the tools, I think, to do the actual design. So it's more of an instinct that, I want people to stop yelling, so I will yell at other people, which is a really bad solution to a problem. So probably more of a personality like Parker would have been better in that role, like being able to just be calm and like somebody's yelling at you and you're like, yeah, I understand that you're angry. We're looking into it, you know, and not reacting by just turning around and yelling at somebody else, which is not really constructive. So yeah, I definitely think he's a little bit off the charts. See.
Okay, I think that's it for the questions. Again, thank you very much, Patricia, for the
Thank you
talk.
for having me.
Okay, and next up in our schedule, we'll have the KDE is all about the apps session from the KDE goals.
I go.
Yes, you can go. How is everyone? We are having our next talk upcoming just now. Okay, I see Aleix is already here. Very good. So let me welcome Aleix again, this time not as the KDE EV president, but as the gold champion for the KDE Goals. It's all about the apps. Take it away, Aleix.
Thank you, Adam. The slides, can somebody put them on? In the meantime, I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Aleix, like you can now see on the slides. And I'm gonna talk about the KDE. It's all about the apps goal, a goal that was led by Jonathan until recently. And well, Jonathan, hi, and well, thanks a lot for all of your work. The arrows don't work. All right. Well, like it says here, and like Alan said, I am also the KDE president right now, but I also have been developing KDE software for, well, I generally say for over a decade, but it's almost a decade and a half now. And I actually started developing apps, in particular KDE Algebra, even before I started developing KDE, because the application started outside, which I think it's interesting in the apps kind of perspective, in that, well, you can be a small project. You don't have to be like a whole community around something, like you sometimes end up being, but you can just do it from home rather easily. In this case, my home was, and incidentally still is, in Barcelona. And well, when I'm not making apps, I am working for Blue Systems, also developing KDE software around. Now, I wanted to give a little bit this context, in that KDE has had apps for a very long time, right? Like, in fact, it would be very difficult to imagine a community like ours without apps in itself. Apps being, well, whatever is that the user is interacting with the system that doesn't feel like it's on the background, right? Nobody would consider maybe that Plasma is an app in itself, like the Plasma shell. Nobody would consider, I don't know, I guess Windows is. Not sure what the right components there are of there, or on macOS. On Android also, it's very clear, this distinction. Like in general, apps are something that you can sometimes install, that you can uninstall eventually, unless you're using an evil operating system. And it also has the advantage that, like I said earlier, you can be having some kind of problem and say, I want to have a piece of software that solves this and that I can interact with in my systems, and then you can just use an application to do that, and you can do that without having to, well, implement a whole operating system, which is well, not all that desirable. In KDE, for example, I am pretty sure that the first contributions were the window manager, of course, because if you don't have Windows, you don't have, well, anything you can interact with. But then I'm pretty sure maybe like the second or third big steps were probably what ended up becoming Conqueror, and what ended up becoming, I guess, the system settings applications, right? Because, well, how are you gonna interact with your system beyond those windows? And in KDE, we've had very famous applications that have been developed since the very beginning, and nowadays are super popular. Thinking about Kate or Ocular, well, it changed names over time, but well, there are things that were necessary 25 years ago or so, and are still necessary today, and we still develop them. Okay, that went a bit direct. So what I want to discuss today is a bit the process I have been going through when starting to look into the apps topic. Now, let's see what we've been distributing overall, what we've been, how we've been reaching to our users, and seeing what kind of things have been working, and more or less, or what kind of things could be improved more in terms of our publishing platforms rather than actual features in each of every application. Because my plan, like I'm going to discuss a bit later on, is to be talking with the different communities over the next few months, and discuss how we can improve the situation and make sure that the experience from those KDE products is as optimal as possible on each of the platforms, and that we can make the most out of our work, both in our perspective but also for our users. Because in practice, you never develop a project without having a user in mind and caring for a user. We have in these fronts maybe two big categories. There is whatever is Linux, because it's a big topic for us. I mean, there's obviously as well the source code releasing, but releasing source code doesn't really give us much information. Also, we don't get to control very well how our users use our software, which ends up meaning that you can be developing an application, but then your users will be having problems that come from it being a different version or something like that, right? So I think that from a KDE perspective, what we're interested in is on positioning ourselves in the situation where we're in control of the thing that our users get to use, if they want to have the optimal experience that we consider they can have, and then optimizing for that workflow, right? Starting with Linux. Starting with Linux, started looking at Snap. They do have very interesting and big dashboards with information, and I thought, let's see who is using, or what it looks like, our presence there. Something that we can see over there straight away is that the KDE Framework Snap, which isn't an application in itself, but a platform to create applications, has reported over 500,000 active devices. That supposedly means, I don't know the actual definition, but they are devices that are actively being used. It's not like that install that you did one day and then you forgot about, but it's something that you regularly are starting. This happens because there's, all of our apps are based on that platform, but not only ours, since we're providing a platform for Qt applications, which is what we generally do. There's other components from elsewhere that they decide to rely on the work from the KDE community, so that they don't have to create, to compile, to build all of these components once again. It also allows their users to share this content with us, and will not have it duplicated several times on their systems. As far as our apps goes, you will see that it's kind of generally always the same components that are the most used everywhere. Here we can see that Ocular and Krita, I had to go like one by one through them, so I hope I didn't forget other top ones, but those were the two that I saw that had the most installations. Krita and Ocular had over 50,000 active devices. Now, this doesn't sound like a whole lot, admittedly, but then let's remember that this is just a way for Ubuntu users to install their applications, or well, any Linux users could be potentially using those apps, but well, they have other alternatives. We'll go through some of them, like Flatpak or AppImage, but then there's also the distribution packages, for which we don't really have much information, or I don't really know how to get it. Those two, like I said, around 50,000 devices, but then there's a whole lot of applications that are between like 5,000 and 15,000 devices, and then there's a whole lot of applications listed over there, over 100. I counted. Again, I had to count like one by one. Thanks a lot to Jonathan for a lot of this work. This has been seems to be working very well. Now, the other one we can look at is Flatpak, which would be a very similar technology to Snap. Their information is a bit harder to read. I'm talking about Flatpak here, but then those numbers are coming from FlatHub explicitly. Obviously, I guess, if you know how the technology works. You don't have to register to their site to tell about yourself. So they don't know about active devices, but you do know about downloads, because, well, you have to serve them. So you can just as well count them and count on it. The data is a bit harder to read, but we can see over there that we have the platform again being our most notable component with so what they're showing us is downloads over there. What we get is that whenever there's an update, there's a big spike of downloads, and well, we could count those as active devices, I guess, although that wouldn't be entirely right. The spikes went up to around 200,000, but well, take that number as whatever it means to you. In Krita and Ocular, again, we could see between 5,000 and 10,000 spikes, which again were seemingly, I wasn't able to go through all of them because, again, I had to go one by one, but they seem to be among the most used ones, well, understandably, because they're very good apps. But we do have over 50 applications. We do have a team of people developing these in this case. And like, if you're interested in the technology, join them by all means. And then there's the rest of Linux. There's AppImage. I don't really have information on the amount of users. I don't really know if we have good ways of measuring them. Maybe this is something that we could include somewhere to, well, be able to make this picture a little bit fuller. But it's generally complex. Not only no Linux distro realistically is well, asking their users to log in or anything, but they're also setting up mirrors, and having mirrors sending information would start be even weirder. So we don't really have those numbers, but we do know that they're in the millions, presumably. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. In practice, it's the way we've been installing applications since forever in Linux, and it's what most distributions are prepared to do by default, right? Now in KDE, we've also been doing other platforms for the longest time. I'm gonna try and go through them. I'm gonna start through Android. Android, we do have KDE Connect, which incidentally is the only application that I've seen that isn't well, built in Qt and C++ software like we generally do, but it's built with Android's normal technology, being, well, Java and, well, whatever that is called, all of that. It has over 200,000 active installs, meaning again that we know that they're fully tracked. Also, KDE Connect is on F-Droid, meaning that there are potentially more users that we don't know about. We do have normal for KDE applications also available for Android. We did have some on the Play Store before, which were removed for reasons. We are working on trying to get them back again with automatized systems at the moment. So far, it's been working with F-Droid. Nico and Volker specifically have been working a lot on that front. We have a whole lot of applications that are available over there. You can, if you want to try it, give it a test by going to F-Droid and adding our repository, or yeah, well, that's the way to test it. You can also see them on binaryfactory.kde.org, where you will see how everything works. Yeah. If you're interested in Android, there is this matrix room / other things. Feel free to join it. There's also a mailing list in case you want to send a big blob of text that you want us to read while sitting down and sipping coffee. Another very popular operating system, I don't know if you've heard of it, is called Windows. Windows has been one of the platforms that Krita specifically has been taking more seriously. You can see, well, their presentations, Hala specifically, on the topic. They have an amazing story over there, and I think it's super interesting. I recommend you to look at Hala's talk in LIS if you didn't see it. But in any case, they have about 3 million active installations over there, which is a super interesting number, all things considered. But also, we do have applications that we've been shipping from our normal releases into the Windows Store. In this case, Ktonocular, we can see that they are in around 100,000, which is not in the millions like Krita, but I think that it also shows that we do have a very nice chance over there at adding value and providing something that users can use. I think that it's useful to be there as a way to introduce the world into the work our community does. Something that I didn't mention about Android, but it's probably also interesting, is that, for example, Android, it allows us to, well, test the mobile use case better than probably Plasma Mobile can even do today, since, well, everyone literally has an Android device right now. In the case of Windows, well, literally, it's very hard to buy devices without Windows installed. So all of these, being able to just have KDE applications running, I think that it's a very important milestone, and, well, something that some people in our community are doing very good work on. Again, they do have a matrix chat that you can join. It's on KDE Windows. We've not been very innovative on the names of our rooms, but well, you can use that on your advantage. KDE Windows on a matrix, as well as the mailing list. The other one, which is admittedly quite famous as well, is macOS. Nevertheless, we don't have numbers again. I don't think we have many applications on the store. We do have our account on the store, but I think that it's just being used to have a key so that we can sign our packages, but I don't think our applications are being listed over there. So we don't have numbers on users of those. I think that this could be something interesting. I was mentioned that there is a somewhat stable community around Homebrew that you can use. I've never used Homebrew. I barely know what it is, so I wouldn't know. But in any case, if you have a Mac, you want to use more KDE applications, and you would like to help, you can join at KDE-Mac matrix channel or the mailing list. And oh man, sorry about the focus thing. Join the chat or the mailing list and talk to the team. I'm sure they will be interested. Like I said, there's a bunch of information that we don't have. There's Linux. Also beyond Linux, there's the BSDs, for example, and other special operating systems that do have KDE applications running and available. We don't have numbers over there. I would be surprised, though, that they were on the scale of the numbers we've been discussing. Well, at least the BSDs. On Linux, I can imagine that, like the rest of Linux, to be bigger than Flatpak and Snap combined. So KDE, we're a community. We have a ton of products. All of these applications are released generally separately, either being within KDE Gear, which is what used to be called KDE applications before, and it was called as well KDE source compilation, I think it was called, and it's been called different things. But it basically is regular release of useful KDE software that is meant to be used with Plasma, but not exclusively. Everything in the KDE Gear you should be able to use on other Linux systems, or maybe Windows and other operating systems as well. We can find there the big suites that we've been having within for the longest time, like KDE PIM, KDE Edu, KDE Games. There's also some applications that are in there separately, like KDE Connect, for example, or NeoChat, I believe, since recently, or maybe NeoChat does release separately. In any case, it's something we need to mention as well. We don't release every application in parallel. There are some applications that appear on their own. And something worth noticing is that right now we also have a KDE Gear mobile, which is a bunch of applications that sprouted from, well, having a Plasma mobile right now and having this need for, well, having everything released and, well, neatly packaged. Well, now we are having these releases, which I believe are monthly. Well, you can see all of the icons over there. They look lovely. Well, use them. Most of these applications, by the way, you can generally use on the desktop as well. They're built with Kirigami, which is a pretty cool framework to create applications on. And by the way, there's going to be a buff about creating applications for Plasma Mobile on Monday, I believe. Well, during the buff days, so feel free to join them. There was a new website created for listing applications properly. It's called apps.kde.org. Just take a look, browse it a little bit, see if there's something that you always wanted but you never knew it existed. I think it's quite useful. It also has direct links on how to install it on your different platforms, so it can make your life a bit easier. All right, now as a goal, if you think that the different things are a bit too specific for you, but you would like to have the discussion at large, maybe because you're an application developer, maybe because you think the problem is very important, feel free to join us on the Matrix channel. We're going to have buffs for a lot of the topics that we've been discussing today, also during the week. Take a look and don't hesitate to join. You don't need to ask for permission. You don't need to ask for anything. You can just go in there and you have something in your mind that you would like to share and would be useful, just do it, by all means. And now I think that we still have some time for questions.
Hi, thank you very much, Aleix. Yes, we still have time for questions, although no questions in the widget yet. Luigi and I will, of course, monitor and forward any of them. But maybe people are waiting for the roundtable session for the Gold Champions, when a whole session dedicated for questions and discussion with the Gold Champions. So maybe that's why we don't see any yet.
Well, I'll be there.
Yes. Aleix, do you have any buffs that you would like to advertise in the meantime coming up this week?
Well, you know I do, and I think I already said so, but I can repeat. On Monday, there's buffs for Linux applications, KDE applications on Mac, on Windows, on Plasma Mobile. Join them. We need you. We should have the Uncle Sam thing. I need you in my buff.
Yes. Okay, we do have questions coming in. Would you like me to read them to you?
Yes, please.
On the KDE Gear mobile slide, what application was the one with the blue square icon?
I was fearing that this would happen. It looks like there's been a misrendering of sorts. When I looked at the slide on my system, it looked fine. It's a dialer. My system, it has a small phone from the time where phones were not mobile. Otherwise, it would be a rectangle and a rectangle. But no, it looked like a phone kind of thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
Next one is, do you think KDE should focus on one way of delivering apps to users or stick to one that works best on each platform?
Well, we cannot do one for every platform, right? On Android, you have to do APKs and Google Play. On Windows, you need to be on the Windows Store. And I think that talking about these more third-party platforms, catering to the system that the platform puts at our reach is the right way to go, for many reasons that I think that are probably obvious. Otherwise, we can just discuss them sometime on the buffs. I imagine you might be thinking about Linux, and I think that Linux in this topic, it's a bit a moving target still, so I wouldn't see ourselves narrowing ourselves into one of those. I think that there's things still to to uncover what will what will be supported on every distro, what is monetization looking like on the different platforms. I think that there's a lot of topics that are very important, and as technologists don't really pay attention to generally, but they are going to matter a lot, and doing this properly will make a huge difference. As for now, offering snaps and flatpaks, for example, doesn't seem to be a huge burden. Well, in practice, we've been packaging all of our software for like 50 distros or so, well, through the different teams in the different distros, but in practice, it's been done by people all around the projects. So adding a couple of them doesn't seem to be all that bad, and like you could say, it's bringing a lot of users already that trust in these solutions. So let's continue doing that as long as it works, and when we see something that is unequivocally desirable, let's go with it.
Yeah. Okay, a question from Björn. How about using K-user feedback to estimate at least lower boundary of rest of Linux users?
We are using it for some applications. For example, Kate is doing it already. Plasma is doing it already. In practice, what this means, though, is not that you're counting people using Linux. You're counting people who enables the checkbox, right? Which is very important if you're using some of our software, enable that checkbox so that, well, we can get all of this information and use it to develop our products. But in practice, that would always be a crippled number, like just knowing the people who does Snap, for example, right? It's a valid number, it's a true number, I believe, but it will still be a crippled number. And by the way, I am not saying that we're ever going to have a non-crippled number. In the free software communities, we care about privacy, and there's cases where you will not want your software to be talking elsewhere. When I'm saying cases, it doesn't mean that it's always the case, but you will always have the case where you don't want your system to be talking elsewhere. I see K-user feedback as a good way to communicate what a portion of our user base thinks and wants. But as for counting users, I hardly think that it's going to be the right way of doing it. But I can be proven wrong. If you have a good plan, join our pods, our meetings, and let's see what we can do there.
Okay, thanks. The next question is from Bhushan. Do you think that improving experience of third-party developers who use KDE frameworks or libraries should be part of this goal, or that is a slightly different goal?
It's definitely an important topic for KDE. I am not sure it's something that this goal should be about, because this goal is about the KDE apps. But then, for example, like I said in the beginning, I started being a third-party developer of an app, and I ended up being, well, who I am today, which is very much in KDE. So there is definitely a path for a third-party application developer to flourish into something that benefits the community at large. I mean, we can try it. Improving the developer experience is something that has been part of our goals in the past. Like, well, you all very well know, for example, through the onboarding goal, it's something we touched on. It's something we can touch over here on some level, and some things that are definitely part of this goal would definitely have a good impact on our third-party developers. So I don't know. Join the box and let's have the discussion about what kind of things we can do. In practice, it's not what I am going to do as the goal anyway. It's more about, well, what kind of discussions we can have, so people who are not doing work today, because it's not like I can personally do any more KDE work right now. But other people who join, they have to join us and see what kind of things they can do and then work together, right?
Yeah. Okay, we still have time for questions. This comes from Benson. What was the first app you developed and why did you develop it?
I started developing K-algebra because, I don't know, I was 18 or so, and I was bored, I guess. There was this application that was similar-ish to very original K-algebra that I quite liked when I was studying, high school. And I wanted to learn how to implement the language, specifically like how to turn an expression into something that could be computed. And that's why I started doing K-algebra. I would like to say I wanted to help teachers around the world, and I did, but that wasn't ultimately my first reason to do so. The other reason also was that I was spending summer when I started somewhere with very limited internet connection, and I needed something to practice my flourishing C++ skills on back then, or C even. So I started researching and I ended up doing that. I actually remember going through the process of like choosing which toolkit to use, if I had to be using that cute thing or GTK or whatever. So I didn't come even from a KDE perspective. I just wanted to start coding. I was to start university that year, and that's what I wanted to do, so I did it.
Okay, we can squeeze one more in. The question comes from Fiestas. What are the apps that currently excite you the most?
I find it really exciting how we're having all of the Plasma mobile applications happening. Like all of a sudden, we have a ton of Kirigami applications that, in practice, we could have had like 3 years ago, maybe. But the fact that we have on our phone ready right now are suddenly available, right? So things like the podcasts application is something I welcome. I am personally a big user of podcasts, and being able to use KDE software for it is something I am looking forward to. Actually, it's something that I was thinking, like, can I really reliably move into Plasma Mobile if I'm not gonna be able to listen to my podcasts? And it seems like this could be a thing. So that's one problem less. But obviously, there's a lot of applications that we use generally every day, and we also take for granted, like, I don't know, Dolphin. It's important that they still exist. The other one that I am using every day today, and I wasn't using every day like 1 year ago, was NeoChat, right? Which is for connecting to Matrix. Very well done, very useful. Worth the mention.
Of course. Next year we'll be using it for experiencing Akademy, right?
Let's not make assumptions of what Akademy is gonna look like today.
Yeah.
In a year.
Of course. Okay. Thank you very much, Aleix. We'll see you later, of course, in the event. But for now, we'll be moving on to the next tag sessions. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. And in just a moment, we'll be continuing with the KDE goals, this time consistency with Niccolò. Niccolò, please rejoin the audio channel with your microphone.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Nice. Sorry, my microphone, of course, broke exactly on the presentation time.
Okay, it's crystal clear for now, so we'll be starting in just a minute.
Yeah.
I gave you the presenter role, and yeah, exactly on time. Let's welcome Niccolò with his presentation. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone. And as you can see, this is my presentation, and that's pretty much it because this is the only slide. But before we get into it, the actual slide, let me say a few words about myself. I am Niccolò Venerandi, the leader of the consistency goal, as you might know at this point. And I also have like a YouTube channel where I post stuff about KDE, which you can find by Googling Niccolò V on YouTube. And I'm also in the VDG and promo rooms for, promotion stuff and that sort of stuff. And I want to share with you a video that I've done regarding consistency. It was published yesterday on my channel. So just give me a second like this. And we should all see it together. Let's try it. Okay, and that was it. Let me actually get back to the presentation. And I've seen some people saying, let's hope that YouTube doesn't block the music, but actually this music is done by a KDE contributor, so it comes from KDE itself, and I think that's really cool. So I've said that this is my only slide, but that's actually a lie because there's a second slide. Let me get to that one. It's completely empty, so I thought that it didn't count. So the thing that I wanted to talk about mainly about consistency is design consistency, or why, how do we design something that's as complex as a desktop while keeping things consistent pretty much. So what we do is that we get to the whiteboard and we get a pen like this. Let me try it out. And of course, it broke just before. Just give me a second. I know this. Hello, I'm back. I hope you hear me. Of course, everything breaks when you actually try to use it, but still, hi. And so as I was saying, we get to the drawing board, and what we try to do is draw something that should represent our desktop environment while not actually drawing anything from the desktop environment. I'll give you an example. So something that we might want to draw is like this thing, like this. And this could potentially be anything, of course. And this is the most general concept that we have that should be applied everywhere in the desktop. And mostly what we get from this is rounded corners. So we know that our design is going to have rounded corners regardless of what it's applied to. And if we decide how much rounded should the corners be, then that is going to be the design that's going to be used everywhere. So this is the most general idea that we can draw on a whiteboard without actually going into the actual use cases. And then we can decide to take that concept, make it a bit bigger so you can actually say it like this. And then try to apply it to something a bit more specific, like windows or applets. Could be anything still at this point. So of course, if it's Windows, we might want to have a title, some buttons, some other buttons. And usually at the top, you have like the most general buttons regarding the content, whereas in the content, you have the actions themselves and the content, of course. So we might want to take all of the title information about the thing itself and the general actions and include them in a separated design element, which is going to be the header, like this. And right now, we still don't know what this header is going to be used for. It could be anything, but of course, if we have a header, we might as well get a footer because we might want to have some actions and information that are at the bottom, such as, you know, the status bar or in fonts actions that are actually closer to the thumb of the user. So we also get a footer. And what we've seen is that it's also really useful to have a sidebar so that you have a central content, but also some side content that helps you understand or navigate through the central content. So like this, and then you have actual content here. So this is the most general idea I could think of for that desktop environment. And the question is, where do we use this? And before the consistency goal, every element had like its own design, but now this simple design is used pretty much everywhere. If you look at all applets, they use this design. Or if you go look at, I don't know, not applets, but Windows, we now use this design with the header, the footer, the sidebar. There are still some tweaking to be done in application like Dolphin, where the sidebar is inside either not divided by the line on the right or inside of a frame. So that's something we are working on, but the general idea is this one. And we also use it in dialogues, or the stuff you call when you actually pop up overlay sheets. Sorry, they're called overlay sheets in Kurigami. So you got this thing that pops up and it has the header, the footer, and the content. It does not have a sidebar yet, but it's mostly because it's smaller than other components. So usually we don't need it. So this is the first component that we can think of. And then we might say, sure, this is cool and we can draw a lot of things, but when you actually draw the content, you might want to have some preferred kind of content, which could be, I don't know, clicked, focused, hovered. There are many stuff that should indicate that the user is interacting with that specific type, smaller content in the general content window. So what we've done is that we got back to our 4 lines with rounded corners. And we said, okay, so we want the content that the user is interacting with to be more visible. So we are going to give it a different color, and we choose the highlight color, which is blue. Of course, you can change it if you don't like blue for any reason. I won't say that blue is the best color, but it is, so please don't. And we're going to have a solid blue outline plus a bit of transparency in the inside so that it pops up even more. If it was just the outline, wouldn't be so visible. And now you have here like the icon that you're selecting or stuff like that. And just like this, we have a design for windows or stuff like that, and a design for content that the user is interacting with or stuff like that. Now, there's an issue with this. If you actually try to make this in the panel, as you know, Plasma has a, as I hope you know, Plasma has a panel. So you have like an icon, another icon, another icon, another icon, the Plasma icon plus the task manager. You mount to that user things per icon. No, because we actually comment this specific, so we can just draw it like this. And sorry, I'm not drawing particularly pretty, but and the issue is that it doesn't look good. And the reason it doesn't look good is that we've got a frame, which is the panel, and inside of it, there's even another inner frame. I hope everything is going right with the presentation. And inside of it, there's another frame, which is the highlight. So this is an issue, and it's why we designed another kind of highlight, which is this one. So the outer line became a strong blue line at the top, and then there's transparent bluish in the center. And just like this, we have designed a new highlight like this, which fit much better into smaller flames. But now we have an issue. We started off with a cool concept of how to indicate that content is being highlighted. And now we have two. So when do we use one and when do we use the other? So what we need to do right now is step back and think, when do we use this one and when do you use this one? And the best idea to discriminate between these two is to say, okay, this one is going to the left, is going to be used when there's a big frame and we're selecting just one content inside a big frame. Whereas the one in the right, it is to be used when there's a smaller frame that has a side near the highlight. The highlight is going to attach visually using this blue line to that side and the highlighted element, which looks simply prettier. And that's very fair. We now have an highlight as well. And now that we have two components like this, we can move on and actually apply them. And here we have the first success story. Applets. During the first few years of consistency, we completely redesigned pretty much all applets. So if we think at, we've just decided that the general look is going to be this one. So let's draw it as an example. And then we might want to have a sidebar. So let's add the sidebar as well. And of course the header. So let's add that one. The header is going to have a title, some actions, some minor actions. And then there's going to be the content like this. And maybe a list to the left, because why not? And maybe one of the content is going to be highlighted, so it will have the consistent highlight we decided on. And maybe also the list will be highlighted, so it will be like this. And if you look at this, if you think this is the highlight, the content, I don't know, I didn't draw it perfectly, but this is the calendar. This is exactly the design of the calendar. If you open it up, the newest, we just redesigned it. So of course, this is not what we've done when we decided to redesign the calendar, but that's the general idea behind it. Header, content, highlights, and before the redesign, it was not like that. The highlight was didn't have rounded corners, it was just filled, and there was no sidebar, no header, stuff like that. It was inconsistent with the rest of the applets, but now it is. And if we draw another one, this time, I don't know, a bit taller and wider, and add rounded corners, we can have the header, the title, actions, maybe a footer with other actions. And this is pretty much all widgets of the system tray. The system tray looks like this. There's usually also a list with one element being highlighted. And that's, I don't know, sound applet, or the volume one. that I just said the same thing. I meant Wi-Fi, sorry. Or the clipboard, or etc. I could go on. So we took applets, we took some general concept that we had, and we applied them for all applets, and now they're consistency, just like magic. But of course, it's very pretty when things go well, but they can also go wrong. So let's start actually a failure story of one time where we screwed up. And that is views. Views, and specifically switching between them. So let's take an example application that we decided was going to have this look. And let's say, okay, so as an application maker, I want to switch between views. And the header, as I said, and maybe a footer. Nah, let's stay without a footer right now, but we have some content. And I want to implement something to switch pages. As an example, if you have a clock, you want to switch between the alarm pages, the time zone settings, stuff like that. Switch between them. That's very simple. And what we've thought about is we can do something like making a list of all views in the header, and then you can just switch between them, and the current header is going to be highlighted with the all rounded corners highlight, which makes sense. You have the bigger frame, which is the header, and inside of it, the smaller frame, which is the selected view. And this is a possible design. Let's call it A. And then there's also another possible design. Let's make this one with rounded corners. Sorry, these rounded corners are not that pretty. And same thing as before, but now we are actually on the phone. And when you are on a phone, you want actions to be close to the user. So we thought, okay, so the views need to be on a footer because that's closer to the user thumb. So same thing, and we put the list of views. But now there's a problem. The footer has just the views, which means that it's a frame with a smaller frame inside of it, which would be the highlight. So we need to use the other one. So not this look, but the other look, which is the one like this. Is it working? Like this. And this is option B. They're both valid options, and we basically need to choose whether we're going to use this highlight or this one. And at the end, like we discussed a lot, and eventually B won, and this is the current design of the component that manages swiping between views, which is called swipe navigator, sorry. And then we actually take a KDE application and say, okay, so we have this component, which is the view navigator, which we just designed and looks good. And let's go see how it's actually used, because in theory, we have this flowchart, which is we design something. I'm too fast for the design. And then we actually do a component like this. And finally, we use it. So in this case, the design part of it was very confused because there was no clear consensus. And even in the MR that introduced the swipe navigator, there were some criticism. But still, we introduced a component. Next step, we need to use it. If you actually go to see Plasma Mobile applications like the clock, you will see that they have like the views represented by three as an example icons with labels under them. And in order to show that they're active, they don't use our swipe navigator. They use a different color. And they say, okay, you know that this is the active view because it's blue instead of gray, which makes sense. It was a possibility. And problem is, it's not the component that we've just designed like 5 minutes ago. So what happened is that the component that we've done didn't fit the needs of the people actually making apps. And that's a big issue. And I think the big issue here is that we left with a confused design state, because we didn't discuss enough even with the people that were going to create the apps using the component. And the result is that those people didn't use the component that we had just created for them. And more importantly, they had decided to show that a view is active using a different color for the text and the icon. And if you go back to the 3 kind of highlights that we discussed, which was this one and then this one, in no way did we say, sure, let's also change the color of the icon and of the text. That's something that was not discussed, and surely it was not in the mockups and stuff. So when it actually came down after all of this discussion to actually implementing something, what we implemented is completely different to the components we have and what we've discussed. And this is not to say that app makers got this wrong. Obviously, they didn't get it wrong. If they use this look, it means that the look that we had designed for them didn't fit them. And that's an issue on our side. So what we can do regarding this is go back to the whiteboard, fetch those contributors of application that should be using this component, and tell them, okay, let's try to figure something together that both is pretty for your applications and also works, actually works, and also fits our consistent design idea that we got since the beginning, which is having these 2 kind of highlights. And that's pretty much it for this web navigator. So this is an issue that we are working on, because it's not nice to only say what we've done right. Let's also say what we've done wrong. So next topic is what we can do, not just to have some design consistency, but also to have code consistency. And my main takeaway here is components. I gotta say that I will not use Big Blue Button as a way to make art from now on. Okay, components. And the thing is that when we do something that we realize could be used in many parts, we should do a component that will make it actually able to be used multiple times. And let's see a couple of examples where we got this right and a couple of examples when we got this wrong. So the first example of us getting it right is the hamburger menu, which has just recently landed into Plasma hamburger. And that is, we have this issue, which is KDE has some complex applications. Even simple applications like PDF viewer or file manager are actually very complex. And we need a way to present it so that it's consistent and easy for the user. And we've done the hamburger menu, which is like adaptive. So depending on what you have on your toolbar, we change the content of the hamburger menu. And it also allows to hide and show the menu bar. And it also allows to look through all applications. So it empowers the user to actually have a simple layout by default, but also being able to use all functionalities of your application. And it's a component that can be used anywhere on Q widgets applications. Of course, we cannot expect third-party applications to adapt our components. It won't happen, but we can do our best to be consistent throughout our application. Another example, if Big Blue Button lets me draw it, is the HUD, which is that very new component that pops up when you Control-Alt-I. And it's basically a search box when you actually search through the actions. And it solves exactly the same issue as before. We have a complex application, we need to break it down in an easy way for the user, and we let the user search between the actions. And that's really useful. And this component can be used everywhere in Q widgets applications. And the third one, which I actually forgot, Yes, sorry, which I had forgotten about, is the expandable tooltips, which is even newer. I think I saw it in the last blog post from Nate yesterday. And what this does, last week, sorry. And what this does is basically you hover an element, you will get a small tooltip saying what that element is, and then press Shift to learn more. And if you press Shift, you get a bigger pop-up saying, okay, this element is to be used for X, it works like Y, and so on. And again, that's because we have complex application that we need to break down in a simple way to the user. So if a user don't recognize an icon, just move the mouse over it, wait for the tooltip, and then press Shift to see all the content in the tooltip. And this is consistent throughout KDE applications. So this we've done right. So as for things we've done wrong, of course, the swipe navigator goes into that list. And it kind of goes into that list because in this time we actually have the component. The problem is that apps are not using it. So that's an issue. And another one is chats like this. And the issue with chat is that we are currently working on at least 3 or 4 chat applications. And if you look at them, chat bubbles, as an example, they all are different. And that's very annoying because you're doing the same thing with the same concept, displaying messages, and they all behave differently. What we should do is try to do a component like a chat bubble, as an example, that can be used throughout KDE chat applications. And that would make sense. It's just an idea, just to represent the bad side of it. There's the good side and bad side. Of course, it's more difficult. You can, it will take more effort to do it, but maybe at the end it will be worth it. So, and regarding components, I wanted to say that there's a $1 billion mistake that was introduced in computers that killed consistency, and that is the Control-C and Control-V shortcuts. Because now every time that you want a component that's from another application, you just copy paste, make it work, and that's it. And what you do in that way, you introduce redundancy in the code. And if you change your component, it's going to be different from the one you just copy pasted from, which means that different applications will have the same design elements, maybe copying a bit from each other, but they will be fundamentally different. And that kills consistency as a whole. How much time do I have left? And next thing is wallpapers. So let's actually type down wallpapers. And this is the final point, and then I'm done. And the thing is, wallpapers, you might say, yeah, sure, they're just something that stays in the background and should be pretty enough to ignore it. They're not, because they also, from a promotional point of view, give a feel to your desktop. So if we go from one style of wallpapers to a completely different one, we lose that look and consistency. And that's why pretty much all Plasma 5 wallpapers are all based on this simple design element, which is the triangle. If you look at all of them, they're all made from triangle, except one that's hexagons, but we don't talk about that one. So triangles everywhere, and that was our look and feel. And it pretty much roughly stayed the same throughout Plasma 5. But now we actually want to change our look because once in a while it's worth it. And we are doing a wallpaper contest for Plasma 5.23. So stay tuned, because in a few days we will announce on our Twitter and social media that there will be a wallpaper contest where everyone will be able to send their own wallpapers and maybe be selected for Plasma 5.23. There will be 3 winners that will get 3 months free of Blender Cloud, which is both a learning tool and also is full of assets to learn more about 3D rendering. So it's a big opportunity for artists to expand their knowledge. So if you're an artist and you want to characterize the look and feel of wallpapers, this is something that might interest you. And that was actually pretty much it. So let's delete everything and say the final thing, which is questions.
Okay. Oopla. Hello. Hello, Niccolò. So we have 2 questions for now. So the first one is more like a comment, but also a question from Felipe. Is about like talking about components. We should definitely have a kirigami.settings page or something like that.
Yes, I totally agree. And it's never enough components, in my opinion. Someone will disagree, especially those that have to maintain those components. But if you have a specific idea of either how it should look or behave, then try to write it down. There's the HIG documenting those sort of stuff. So that's something that can get you started. And then you can actually try to contact like either VDG or trying to find a developer if you don't know how to implement it in QML for Kirigami. And if you know how to implement it, then we can just discuss it and then you can get started.
Okay. Thanks. So there is another question from Marco asking, are there cases where there is too much consistency? For example, cases where things are shown upon a visual model that doesn't completely fit and become confusing. How to spot them?
So yes, there is, which is something that I don't usually talk about for reasons. And as a practical example of it, if you open up Kickoff right now, bottom left, you will see that it has a blue line to indicate that it's active. And then next to it, there's the task manager where you have the top line, but also the blue background over it. And the reason is that it would be, in my opinion, very confusing to have both Kickoff open with that highlight and the task manager with your open window with highlight, because the highlight should indicate the one content you're interacting with, and instead it's 2 or something like that. It simply doesn't look good, which doesn't mean that we won't do it in the future. I think that Marco himself proposed to do it. It would be fair, but it's just an example to show that sometimes it might be an issue to use the same exact thing everywhere. And of course, the real question is, when do we spot those cases? And it's not easy at all. And there, of course, isn't just one answer for everything. And we need to go case by case. And of course, try to ask to actual users, hey, this is our design. Can you navigate through it, or does this consistent UI element confuse you? That's the best I can think of.
Okay. There are no other questions right now. Are there any? I guess there are several BOFs going, which will be in during the next days. Do you remember some specific dates? Something you want to advertise even more?
Right now, actually, no, because I haven't yet set up the consistency BOF because I'm a terrible goalkeeper. But except for that, the actual date will pop up shortly, I think, and then we'll have a nice BOF. So stay tuned. I think that BOFs are mostly for people that are very interested in the topic. So if you go to the BOF page and you press F5 tomorrow, it should be there.
Thank you. So I guess we are at the end of this session. Thank you so much, Niccolò, again, for this session. So, but you will join again for the roundtable, if I remember correctly. So yeah, if you're interested in this, if you want to ask more questions, check the schedule, and there will be other times. So we will resume in a few minutes with the next updates from the other goal, the Wayland goal. So yeah, let's wait for a few minutes and continue with the program of the Academy.
Hey, Vlad.
Well,
How are you doing?
oh, I'm fine. Well,
So I've been,
in about 4 minutes, I guess.
yeah,
Oh, you already arrived.
I'm just finalizing my setup to have my notes on the side and the presentation on the other. Right.
Since we have 2 minutes to go, I'll set up your slides. Okay, that should be okay. And who's gonna be the presenter? You or Vlad? I think you're muted. Or Maven, you're muted. Do you want the presenter role, or is it for Vlad?
I'll be the first presenter,
Okay.
and Vlad will take over around the 13th slide, so it will be the next goals slide. Well, I don't know if you set the 13th one. So it's about halfway, but he has a longer slide. So I'll try to do my slides in 15 minutes or so, that he has most times then. for his part and the questions maybe.
Okay, so Vlad will join us on camera at that time, right? Or
on time?
That's right.
okay, that's good to know.
Well, 1 minute to go.
Okay, it's on time, according to my clock. So welcome Maven and Vlad for the Wayland Goal 2021 update. Please go ahead.
All right, everyone. So as Adam said, I'm Maven, and I'll be presenting with Vlad Rodney our progress on the Wayland Goal. First, we'll have a simple agenda. I'll be introducing what is Wayland for people who aren't yet aware, and then I highlight some key improvements that we have made since last Akademy, and then Vlad will talk about the next goals and objectives and improvements that we are planning, and we'll have speculative timeline in the conclusion at the end. First, what the heck is Wayland a bit? Wayland is the future of desktop on Linux. Well, it's progressing, at least that way, and it was necessary. It's an improvement over X11. X11 has been the display server for many years now, but it is really showing its age. It doesn't have great support for IDDPI. It has really poor security model, and for all those reasons, X developers put together a new architecture to replace it, which is Wayland. And Wayland is not directly an implementation, but rather an architecture to simplify its implementation of new compositors. And Queen is one of those. And as such, the whole Plasma is moving towards Wayland because Queen is becoming a full-fledged Wayland compositor. And in 2019, the KDE community elected this goal to finalize the transition to Wayland. And so and that's why we are here today. So I'll highlight a few improvements that were made since last Akademy. First, just a reminder is that one of the main things that Wayland allows is to have mixed refresh rates. By that, it means that different outputs can have different refresh rates, so that you can have a higher refresh rate on the side and a different one, or if you have a game that's really heavy on the GPU, it can throttle it when it can lower the refresh rate on there compared to the second screen. And really on X11 it wasn't possible by design, and that's one of the features that Wayland allows. And it's worth highlighting now because we have a few features that relating to that build on top of that. One very user-facing improvement that Aleix did was the screencasting and Windows unveils of Windows. Output screencasting was improved drastically. It got a new implementation and a new implementation and rendering, so that we can have nice thumbnails in Wayland just as we had in X11, and along the way it improved the screencasting functionality allowing OBS, for instance, to properly record windows and not just the whole output. Previously, it was only possible to record the whole output. Then we had a very nice improvement made by Vlad, which was the improvement to the subsurface implementation. It's a bit technical, but in Wayland, applications can divide themselves in subsurfaces. And previously, we didn't have a very good implementation, but now it's been sorted out, and it's been very visible for applications that make use of subsurfaces, like Firefox, OBS, or Kmail, and has been great improvements for the application compatibility and very pleasant to use. Like to me, what's the main feature that allowed me to run most of the time on Wayland, just for the Firefox browser, maybe. We have a talk. We have currently an ongoing effort toward making Queen Wayland more robust. That's so that we can have the command Queen Wayland -- replace, as we had for X11, sort of, and David will talk a bit more on Sunday about it. I won't go too much more detail, but it's quite important to have more robust implement sessions. And then we have activities. Kevin implemented the grounding work for proper activity support in Wayland. So the activity allows Queen to handle windows and group windows by this intermediate grouping sort. And this grouping logic is now implemented in Queen as well. It still misses a few pieces, but most of it is here. It still misses a few pieces compared to X11 support, basically. And Aleix did great improvements on the XDG activation and startup feedback. So that's a great work that needed to be done upstream within XDG protocols specifications, so that applications can send activation request, so that an application can say, when you click in a link in Kmail, that you can have Firefox focused afterwards. Firefox open the URL and focused. And in Wayland, we treat security seriously, so we need to have a chain of responsibility, or to give explicit, an application must give explicitly the focus to another. So this protocol allows this to request that another application will be focused on behalf of another. And as I said, it needs to be cross applications to work, and so it needed a standard protocol. And all this also allows us to have the very famous bouncy icon animation, so that we can have the application icon bouncing around the cursor while the application is starting up. It still needs application support to have proper support for it, but it's at hand. And then we have DRM backend improvements. So great shout out to Xavier Hogl, who did the most of this work, and sorry for its last name pronunciation, we had a great improvement on the direct scan-out. So direct scan-out is great for gaming. It allows an application that's full screen to take control over the screen, and Queen, the compositor, will just fade away and just give all the GPU and CPU resources to the application, so that it can run, render directly to to the screen without any interference from the compositor. We have adaptive sync, aka VAR, or variable refresh rates. It's great also for gaming to avoid stuttering. So if you have monitors that support it, we can have this feature. And another feature that was worked on by Xaver was the multi-GPU and GPU hot plugin support. It's about mainly laptops with discrete GPUs added, with laptops that have integrated graphical unit and then discrete GPUs also. So it allows to move over buffer data from GPU to the other, and thus allow better support for this type of hardware. And there are a lot of other improvements as well. So we had great screenshot optimization. So now screenshots are really fast, and it doesn't need to copy as much data between the compositor and the Spectacle. We have Color-D integration. Before we had Niccolò and Color-D. Color-D is a daemon to handle blue light depending on the time of the day, and we had Nightcolor. We did the same thing, and the two would clash sometimes if you had the two installed on your system. But now we have a better integration, and now they sort of complement themselves, or at least they don't step on each other's toe. And so we have much better Color-D integration than Wayland. And last but this is not Queen specific. It's not about Queen, but quite important for the stations. Is SDDM will have a greeter implemented using Wayland. So it's great for speed up. Well, we can expect SDDM to start a lot faster because X11 is slow to start, whereas a small compositor can be really more efficient. And with all those points said, I will leave the mic to Vlad so that he can introduce you to the next goals and next evolutions to Queen.
Okay, cool. Okay, thanks, Madam. So I want to talk about the next improvements that we want to make, so Wayland becomes the default. So the first thing that we want to change is the scene. So the scene is a key abstraction that's used to describe what goes into every frame. Currently, one of the biggest next goals is to make green scene abstractions suitable for Wayland. But before we dive in, let's have a look at the current state. So the current scene design dates back to the inception of compositing in Queen. So it's somewhere around 2006. So conceptually, the scene is just a list of windows sorted from bottom to top. So from my professional drawing, you can see that we have scene, and it just contains some windows. So nothing more. It's that simple. So while the current scene design served us well on X11, so on X11, NX11 compositing manager just needs to take off-screen buffers, compose them in a single buffer, and put it on the screen. On Wayland, it's a completely different situation. So the Wayland compositor has more responsibilities than an NX11 compositing manager. It composites windows, but it's also responsible for input handling, painting cursors, etc. And we constantly hit the limitations of the current scene graph. So to begin with, we want the scene graph sometimes include items such as cursor or the drag and drop icon. But since the scene graph is can only contain windows, we cannot do that. So we work around that by having role-specific painting code paths. It's a huge no if you're Wayland developer, but we don't have any other choice right now. So ideally, we must share code that paints window surfaces, cursor surfaces, and so on, but we cannot do that. Another flaw is that of the current scene design is that it's not possible to have the paint scheduled automatically. So say a window is moved, window management code will have to schedule a paint manually. As the past shows, it's too error prone and it's sometimes just too hard to get right. Another painful aspect of the current scene design is that it doesn't really work well for cursors. So as I said previously, Green has surface rollover painting code, and it sometimes doesn't work for drag and drop icons. So yeah. And another outcome of having rollover painting code is that Green is able to paint cursors only with certain client buffers types. So for example, Linux domain buffers are unsupported, which means that if a video game paints cursors using OpenGL or Vulkan, you won't see that cursor because Green doesn't understand it, which again is a violation of protocols, and we need to fix it. It's a serious issue. So another painful thing about cursors is that they can have extensions. So in some cases, such as creating a subsurface for the cursor surface, are weird, but there are also valid use cases. So the most notable example that I can come up with is using VP viewport extension to implement animated cursors. So if an application wants to display an animated cursor, it could upload all cursor sprites in a big buffer and called sprite sheet, and simply move the viewport inside the sprite sheet. So this way, the application will have to do less work on every frame. And it seems like the presentation doesn't play the animation, but you should see the red rectangle move on every frame. So in order to handle this case, compositor needs to perform compositing, but again, we can handle this case properly. So the root cause of all our problems is that seeing things in terms of windows. So what if we break every window into smaller and reusable pieces? That's the main idea of the scene graph redesign. The smaller building blocks of windows are called items. So on the picture on the left, you see that we have a shadow item, decoration item, and service item. And window item aggregates them into one window item. So with a scene graph design, we want to fix the issues with the existing scene graph and make it more extensible for new features. We also like it to be declarative, so meaning that Green just needs to describe what it wants to be rendered, and the scene graph design And in the scene graph renderer, we'll figure out how to do that and what parts of the screen needs to be repainted. Since this scene graph thinks in terms of items, it can now contain arbitrary things. It's not limited to windows only. So as you can see, the scene graph can now contain windows as well as some other special purpose items such as the cursor or drag and drop icons. So another goal is that so you can view a monitor as a device with a rectangular region filled with a bunch of pixels, but the compositor views it as something more complex. So every monitor has a list of associated hardware planes, and plane just represents an image source that can be blended with or overlaid on top of other planes with a monitor. So the most important two plane types are primary and cursor. So the cursor plane represents just a regular mouse cursor, and the primary plane is usually used to present other graphics content such as windows or normal windows, desktop background, etc. The key thing here is that planes are blended by hardware. It allows the compositor avoid performing compositing if the cursor moves. The compositor will just update the position of the cursor plane, and the hardware will blend it with the other planes. No compositing will be performed, which is really good because we do less work and it's better for power consumption and it's more efficient. So in order to benefit from hardware planes, we also would like to have a scene graph per every hardware plane. Since we want the scene graph to be declarative, the effects also need to change. We need a declarative effects API. It's worth noting that the animation effect class already provides such an API, so we need to see if we can extend it and port the remaining effects to it. The JavaScript effects will probably not require any changes. More complex effects such as desktop lit or present windows need to be really implemented using QML. The last two effects are a bit special because the previous Queen maintainer already discovered issues with present windows and desktop effect, and there is a task to re-implement them using QML, which dates back to 2012. So it's a bit old task. So the next question is when it's going to be finished. So some of the scene graph design changes already merged in or landed in 5.22. So you should see less visual artifacts in applications such as Firefox or other applications that use subsurfaces. There's still a lot of work ahead of us, but so it's going to take a while before we are done with this task. On a related note, I would like to talk briefly about Qt Quick and Queen. So Qt Quick is simply an amazing piece of technology, and we use it extensively in Plasma. So after trying it, you don't really want to go back to Qt widgets. So it will be nice to see Queen as a Qt Quick Wayland compositor. We would share the same technology stack across Plasma, which will open Queen for more Plasma developers. So it may not happen now, but I have no doubts that it's going to happen at some point in the future. So Queen will become a Qt Quick compositor. Currently, we have a few integration issues that are kind of big blockers for the switch. Besides that, there are performance concerns, specifically Qt with the default renderer doesn't track damage, so it tries to repaint the entire window on every frame. So it means that if you use the blur effect and watch a video, the background behind the panel will be blurred on every frame, which is a kind of serious performance issue. So Qt Quick 2D looks very compelling as it does track damage, but it supports only software rendering, and we need something like, we needed something like Qt Quick 2D, but which also works with OpenGL or RHI. So I don't expect the current situation to change in the nearest future, but if there are KDE community members that are familiar with Qt declarative code and want us help with this, please contact us in the Queen IRC channel, and we will discuss more in detail what needs to be done to make Queen a Qt Quick compositor. So that's about SyncGraph. So the next kind of tricky topic is the timeline. So Wayland session has been in development stage for quite a while, and it raises a natural question: when's it going to be finally ready? So here's my optimistic timeline. So in Plasma 5 times, we're definitely going to stick with X11. In Plasma 6, though, I hope that Plasma session will mature enough so we can safely start recommending Linux distribution distros to make the Wayland session the default one. It's worth noting that Fedora is ahead of the curve in this area. They made the Wayland session default in Fedora 34, and they provided us invaluable feedback. So it's really cool to see more first adopters of Wayland like Fedora. In Plasma 7 or somewhere late in Plasma 6, I hope that the X11 session will be dropped in favor of Wayland. As I said, it's a very optimistic timeline, but I hope that it is gonna be true. So in the conclusion, so the Plasma Wayland session is improving on a steady pace. With every release, we try to resolve as many as possible blockers. For basic usages, such as simply browsing or watching movies, I think that Wayland session is already really good. You may experience some issues, minor issues with web browsers, but for me, Firefox with native Wayland support has been working really, really good. For other usages, it may need some more work. And in general, the transition to Wayland requires an enormous effort, and it needs the community help. So there are multiple ways that you can help us. With this. So, for example, test beta releases, file bug reports, or submit code changes. For more details, please visit the Wayland wiki page. I think that's all from my side, or from our side. So, questions?
Okay, thanks, Vlad. Thanks, Meven. Meven, I guess you want to rejoin in case there are questions. And so far, we don't have questions. So people, at this point, you should know how to ask questions. There is a widget in the Matrix application. You need to use the web chat at kde.org. But apart from that, if you go in the panel, in the information of the room, you will see two widgets, and there are, right now, for technical reason, they are both called custom. One is the video stream, and the other one is the questions. But the link to the question has been shared also in the chat room. And we have one question. So from David, how much code for things like input can be done in cooperation with other compositors? What technical problems create fragmentation?
I don't quite follow the question. So we share some code with other Wayland compositors. So we have a library called libinput. So it takes care of the most of the nastiest input-related stuff. So we need to implement some Wayland-specific stuff, but I don't think that we can share that much code there.
Okay. No other question for now. You mentioned at least one buff during the presentation, if I remember correctly. Do you want to advertise it more?
Yes. Yeah. So I still need to find a slot for. Basically, we want to have a buff about effects. So basically, what we need to change about them in order to make them work with a scenery design. Please check your buff pages. So I'll try to find a slot that works for us.
Okay. There are really no other questions, so I guess, but you will rejoin again in a few minutes for the community goal, if I remember correctly. So there will be some time for other questions. Okay, so thank you again for this. A lot of work going on, much appreciated. So we have a few minutes. We will start again at the. Now I have to not confuse it. The time zones. So in 9 minutes, let's say. The next. Oh, we have another question that just came out. So maybe we can just continue with that. So this is a repeat question from last year. What is the status of color management in Plasma Wayland?
So we landed some initial support for uploading gamma ramps, but basically, if you talk about things such as HDR, so no, we want to implement it, but nobody has put any effort into it. There is upstream work, and I know that Western has some improvements, but yeah, so we plan to fix it.
People probably have found the links for the questions because they are now coming in. So recently, ZingOS added some good gestures in KWin. Should we look into these?
What did they add? So I didn't hear.
Good gestures.
Oh,
Mouse gestures.
yeah.
The question doesn't say. Just say good gestures. So I'm not sure if it's about.
Gestures. Oh. Well, I don't know them, so maybe they're interesting. Maybe it's just something that others can duplicate the configuration on their own distro. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's see. Niccolò is saying something, but I guess you can probably get that in the next session. There is another question which is gaining a lot of support. You mentioned this from David, another David Redondo. You mentioned the scenery design and the KWin work as the next big thing to do. What are other big things need to happen, or is it just small bits there and there?
So right now, for the scene redesign, it's mostly in Queen. So Off top of my head, I can't really answer this question, so I need to think about it. But
I see a few subjects like input methods are currently an area where we need to still find a consensus with the wider community. Or sort of, we could have a better implementation on our own, but then it would need. It's so input methods, you know, for CGK languages in particular, and for more context. And here we don't have very good experience currently, and it will need some standardization ideally. So that's an area. For instance, we have a smaller thing is output management. I'm looking into it right now, and big other things on top of my head don't come. Drag and drop issues and Wayland compatibility in general. Those are more like smaller things, but they are really spread out, and there are different angles around those, for instance.
Let's see. And there is time for another question. What is the state of copy from Johan? What is the state of copy paste between X clients and Wayland clients, especially with respect to the clipboard history? Regard to.
Don't use. Well, I don't know the state here. Should be working, but I think we have some issues there. Well, copy pasting particularly. But regarding the history specifically, I have no knowledge. Fortunately, maybe Vlad, you have.
so as far as I know, David was looking into this, so he probably knows better what about. But yeah, clipboard stuff is a bit painful thing on Wayland session.
There are some suggestions from the chat, like David saying, we know we have some issues in some conditions. More help narrowing this down would be appreciated. And yeah, and there is another comment saying, I think the state is it should work, but it doesn't. If it doesn't, file a bug. So okay, community for the app. Okay, I think we have just let's leave 2 minutes. There are no other questions, I think. Let me recheck. No other questions. So, so thanks again. As people were suggesting, the answer is always come to the BOF and discuss that. So there will be more than time for that. So we are going to take 2 minutes of break, probably before the next talk. Thanks again.
Hi again. Since I'm the session chair and also the speaker for the next talk, let me jump in right now. Use the 2 minutes to maybe talk about the upcoming schedule. So after the roundtable, we'll have lightning talks, followed by a break, during which there'll be a Collabora office hour. So be sure to check the schedule for that. And as for this roundtable, how it works is we'll be taking questions from you. So use the widget or use the links provided in the chat to ask questions related to either the specific goal or the goal champions, or maybe the KDE Goals initiative as a whole. Up to you. With 1 minute to go, I think we should start welcoming all of our goal champions, as well as Lydia, who will be joining us. So I think you should start joining in, Aleix, Lydia, Maven, and Niccolò.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I see Maven is joining in with his audio right now, and we'll be starting soon.
I let Nevin, he just had his talk. He had to go to the restroom.
Ah, he's here, he's here. Okay, since we've got everyone, we'll give the audience a couple of minutes to type in their questions for the champions or the goal initiative as a whole. In the meantime, I do have some questions prepared because this is my talk and rules don't apply to me and I can do whatever I want. So my first question, and that will be to everyone, so jump in as you wish, is, well, we should be announcing new goals by now, but due to the pandemic, we decided to extend the current round for a longer period. What are your opinions about this move? Who'd like to go first?
Well, my impression, if you wish, is that while it does make sense to keep refreshing them, like they're all topics that could last forever virtually, even the first round of goals, like we could still be doing them, and it's things that are never over, at least most of them. It's useful to have continued. I don't think that it would have, the war would have ended if we had stopped, but it's good. We're here. It's all nice and happy, right? So,
of course. Anyone else?
Well, goals are also great to introduce new community members or highlight their work or their focus. So it's nice to have new people, basically, so that the community just can maintain and grow. So that's one of the aspects of the goals.
Yeah, and also from an organizational perspective, the past 1.5 years has been pretty weird and tough on people. And since we really need to take care of our people, taking out some of the pressure of, oh my God, they have to race to the finish line, I think was pretty useful.
Yeah, for me, the thing is I would like to do at least one in-person sprint for consistency. If we don't get to do it, well, we tried, but since there's time now, I think that's a goal that we should have.
Okay, thank you all very much for the answer. I have a second question prepared. Imagine that you can clone yourself and additionally work for a completely different goal. What would it be?
Touch screen.
Sorry, what was it?
Touch screen support.
Ah, touchscreen. Okay.
That would be my... It was actually in the proposed goals, and I think I voted it just after consistency. Unluckily, it didn't get picked.
incidentally, I already cloned myself. and I've been working on the Wayland goal during my professional time. So, yay. I do agree, though, that there's other stuff that could be interesting, like, for example, in the hardware integration front, making something that was part of the goals that wasn't picked up last time was Plasma Mobile in itself, which we've seen growing more and more. Something along those lines, I think that would definitely be an interesting topic to have for the next run of goals, for sure. And something we could start working on right now as well, or we are already, right?
Myself, I would join in consistency or all about the apps, or I'm quite interested in apps as well and in frameworks. So I would jump in. I could jump in any goal almost.
Okay, Lydia, you're not working on a goal, a specific goal, but if you could clone yourself and use the additional work hours, what would it be?
Someone was asking Aleix earlier today about making it easier to work on our apps for developers, and that sounded pretty cool, even though not part of the current apps goal, but could be one of the next ones. And if you want to talk about the next ones, you should totally come to the BOF where we discuss those.
Yes, perfect advertising for the BOF later this week. We'll be talking about the process of selecting the new goals. Correct. I see one question already being submitted. So this is about the Wayland and all about the apps goals. Any interest, views on supporting WSL2, which is the Windows subsystem for Linux, especially now that Microsoft is working on Wayland integration?
Having support for running our applications natively on Windows, it sounds like it would be weird to go through their Linux layer. It might just as well be that their abstraction of Linux is better than Qt's abstractions of Windows. So maybe it's just a technical decision rather than a social or business decision kind of thing. In practice, I think that it's a matter of whatever is easiest for the users to use. If you have to, and I am super ignorant on the topic. I haven't touched Windows in years, so to speak. But if for a user it's easier to adopt one of our applications by using Linux, maybe that should be the case. But I cannot doubt that this will be the case. So I don't know. In any case, JDevOps #.
Maven, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, well, I said it well. Like for our apps are already most of our apps are already cross-platform, so or at least to some sense, to some degree. So rather than trying to put this way is just as easy and maybe more direct and efficient in the end. Maybe.
Okay. We have a next question coming from David, and this is for every goal champion. How much did being an elected goal drive the progress forward? Maybe let's start with Niccolò.
Yeah, it surely helped to a certain extent. Because the idea of consistency and revamping the look of Plasma was already in the air pretty much, even before the goal was selected. But giving it an actual infrastructure with chats and goal, like sub goals written down, it surely helped much.
Okay, Maven, maybe you next.
Yeah, well, at the personal level, it allowed me to jump into the subject more heavily because I wasn't a Queen contributor before, and thanks to the goal, I was right in it, or I had really strong motivation to jump in, and the drive. Well, the exposure was really beneficial, and we had a virtual sprint that was very successful as well. I hope we raised interest in the users as well through blog posts and such. So I'm not too sure, but it definitely helped gather developer interest as well. So we had a lot more, I think, here and there, a lot of more developers testing and then improving their apps or scratching their own itch on the Wayland session, and that's one of the benefit of the goal, the Wayland goal, for sure.
Okay. And Aleix, you have a fresh perspective as a new gold champion here. What do you think?
I don't think my feedback is very useful here. I just started, and I don't know, not a lot has happened yet with me in this position, so I'm gonna pass on that one, please.
Of course, understandable. I have a question from Johan. If you could spend the KDE money, what would you spend it on for your goal or for other goals?
I'm gonna go ahead and change hats and wear suddenly my KDE president hat and say, we already tried to give some money to the goals to spend some, and they didn't. So I guess that the only true question is that spending money is a very delicate topic, and something that people doing goals are generally comfortable with doing. So if somebody wants to spend KDE money, what they should be doing is getting involved with the KDE directly rather than going through the goals, because this hasn't worked in the past.
Yeah, I remember when it was proposed and I thought about it for like some weeks. I asked around, but I could not figure out anything practically useful to spend the money in.
Well,
I mean, there's always things that could be done, right? But it's also very easy to feel like you're wasting the money. As community members, what we're used is to coordinate with people rather than with resources. So let's just focus to what we do best and we know how to do, right?
Maybe you wanted to say something as well?
Well, I can't wait to have the travel restriction lifted, because that was the most efficient way to spend well the money for goals, is to allow participants to meet, and it's just a very important part of the KDE mission as well. So, well, because the question you schooled, so it's not further. It's just that it's not normal this year. So. Can't wait to. Well, next goals won't have these issues, I hope.
Of course. Lydia, what do you think?
Yeah, I wanted to add, the gold champions are there to, among other things, have ideas how to spend this money, but they're definitely not the only ones, just like they're not the only ones working on the goals. So if anyone has meaningful ideas that would contribute to those goals, and where the blocker is money and not people's interest or time or stuff like that, please get in touch with the gold champions and suggest that.
Yeah, Lydia. So just to reiterate, anyone who is interested in moving a goal forward, doesn't have to be the gold champion, can propose a way to spend some EV money to do some cool stuff with the goal. Is that correct?
That is correct. I mean, we obviously have to look at the specific ideas, if they make sense for the goal champions and are something we can pay for as a nonprofit and so on. But in general, yes, absolutely. Please do come up with ideas and talk to people.
Okay.
So the kind of things that I remember that were floated when we did have this budget were like, well, we had the usability goal, for example. So having a usability studied on some of the products. Would it be useful? Would it not? Spending some money there could have made sense, right? This is something that was discussed and in a parallel universe happened. In our lovely universe full of pandemics didn't. There's like similar stuff. Like we also had the privacy one, doing security analysis of our software, see if there's some kind of leakage of some sort. This could be possible. This is something that you could hire somebody or a firm to do, but never did because well, people who are in charge didn't feel like these things were worth the amount of money, which, by the way, it's always big amount of money when you have to actually hire somebody to work for a few months or even a consultancy, which are, well, generally expensive, right?
Yeah, of course. I don't see new questions in the widget yet, but just a reminder, you can also address questions to specific goal champions. So, for example, if your question was skipped during their talks, you can use this occasion to re-ask it. But I do have some questions of my own as well, and this one is specifically for Niccolò. And you have switched over from blogs to videos recently. How do you think this changed your way of interacting with the community and the goal?
Well, first of all, my blog post did not have comment sections, and that was a big mistake, because now that I do videos and I get so many YouTube comments, and that's really nice because I actually see what people think and what issues people have with a certain project or design or stuff like that. So that was a big thumbs up. And then there was also the thing that people are more likely to watch your videos, even more videos, like over time. If you do one blog post, it's hard for a person to like subscribe to your RSS feed, whereas on YouTube, it's likely that YouTube will suggest my videos to people when I publish them, even if they don't subscribe to me. So it's easier to reach new users. And that's also helpful to have a wider audience. And regarding this, I have a talk tomorrow at, I don't remember if 8 or 10 UTC regarding my experience in doing videos for KDE.
Okay, looking forward to seeing that. Okay, and speaking of blogs, maybe a question Lydia can help answer. And this is a leading question, so be prepared. If someone would be interested in the goals, not a specific goal, just what's happening in the goals. Lydia, do you know a way how someone could read up on the updates?
Since not too long ago, there's this dude who is blogging every now and then about a general update to KDE goals. I think his name is Adam, and I think that blog post is showing up on planetkde.org even. Does that sound right to you?
I think that's a perfect answer to this prepared question. So maybe someone in the chat can link the blog. Whoever does it first gets 10 points. The points don't matter. Okay, I don't see any questions coming up in the widget yet. So maybe we can use this occasion to go through whatever other talks or BOFs you have related to your goals in the coming week. We already talked about Aleix's ones. There is a couple of them regarding the apps goals, and also there's the one that Lydia mentioned, which is about selecting the next goals later on. Maybe, Niccolò, do you have any BOFs that people should be aware of that we didn't mention yet?
As I mentioned at the end of my consistency talk, I haven't yet set them up, but I will do them. I will do that shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, and well, like it was already mentioned, David Edmondson has a buff around, has a talk tomorrow, and Vlad is trying to find a slot for his buff for Queen as well. So I can recommend those ones.
Okay, and questions are coming in. So since we see KDE-oriented devices being released, are there any queries or interests from corporates to support or sponsor a KDE goal? Is that open for corporate, or is it just a community exercise? Who wants to take that one?
Well,
Aleix, do you want to, or should I?
Yeah, I thought I could answer, but then I realized that I am here as the apps goal person, so you answer.
Okay, so far this hasn't come up, but the idea of the goals process isn't that someone goes and sets the agenda for KDE's community by money, right? But the idea is that we as a group go through a process that helps us figure out what's most important right now, which is kind of in conflict with the idea of buying a goal. However, if there is an organization that would put in work and people behind a goal, please do suggest that. See if you can rally up interest from the community to get it voted in as a goal and get people behind it. And if not, the goals process isn't the only way how to do things in KDE, right? There are many other things happening in KDE that do not have anything to do with the goals. They obviously shouldn't work against the goals. There's more happening there.
Okay, anyone else wants to add anything? Okay, let's move on. What are your thoughts on goals related to spreading KDE culture by improvising resources, teaching materials, jotting down the history, and creating a literature of KDE?
We did have an onboarding goal, right? That was almost entirely exactly that.
Yeah, but we could give that whole topic another angle, and the person who is interested in that should totally come to the BOF where we talk about upcoming goals and suggest it.
By the way, when you say improvising improving, I guess, resources, teaching materials, and so on, I guess something related could be Wiki to Learn or something like that. Maybe it could be part of the question to work on improving that one, maybe. I don't know much about the project, but I know it's within the KDE umbrella.
Okay. Albert asks, what's your feeling about goals working on convincing other people to join the goal efforts? Or you feel it's only people that were already interested in the goal working on it?
I think that the reason to have a goal is to have other people working with you. Otherwise, it's things that you could be doing on your own anyway. we all have our own goals, personal own goals. Last night I fixed the bug, right? Did I make it a KDE goal? No, I just made a merge request. What we do with the KDE goals is to tell the community at large, please join us and let's work together on these topics. So in itself, actually, the very reason why we're having this presentation is not because we are so cool, it's because join us because we're so cool, right? If you're listening to the presentation we just had and thought, look at these people, they're very cute and they're doing very useful work, thanks. I think that we probably even missed the point, because the point wasn't look at the cool work we've done. The point was come do cool work with us, right?
Also, if not making people join us, I think it's very important for KDE contributors to respect the goals. So when you go to, as an example, to a maintainer saying, I know you want to do this, but please discuss without this change because it breaks consistency. As an example, the maintainer does respect the goal and say, okay, let's discuss it together. And that's mostly why when I read messages like, yeah, if you think consistency is important, make this merge request, I get sad, because why, if you think consistency is important? Like it's a goal. So yeah.
Okay. I have a question from Benson. I'll try to rephrase it a bit. He's asking about getting user feedback back to the goal champions, but also by when people are concerned about their privacy, so you don't get that feedback in a way that would violate that. So what's the best way to do that?
I think that this is quite unrelated to these goals, at least. But since I did a lot of the user feedback work, I can reply that whoever did this question is wrong because the premise is wrong. It has all been designed with privacy in mind, and we're not doing anything to jeopardize the privacy of our users. If that's your understanding, well, this is something that we would have to discuss, or maybe you could look at how it's implemented. But I would please ask you not to spread misinformation like that.
Yeah, telemetry doesn't imply privacy infringement. It's just the way of other companies do, and we are not a company. We are an open source community, so those two don't relate. You cannot expect the same thing from different things. So here we.
And in any
see
case,
privacy
it's all
is
disabled by
very important.
default. Whoever is sending information about their usage of Plasma, even if it's an anonymized use data, it's because they accepted it. So there's no privacy concern there.
Yeah, it seems like the person who asked the question wasn't referring to that, but was asking that, it said, I understand the plan, but I asked if it's working.
So this is regarding Albert's question about people joining the goal.
Okay, so I misread. Never mind.
Okay. By the way, sorry if I'm rephrasing any of those questions wrong. Correct me in the chat and we'll deal with it. Yeah,
we can go to Albert's question and says, like, do you think it's working to get other people involved with the goals at this point?
I think that for consistency, people who are interesting to be part of it are already part of it. So what I'm looking for, what I'm looking for right now is mostly the respect from other KDE contributors, so that when I go to maintainers, they actually collaborate with us.
I think that when we do things, people respond, right? But not all goals are always active or as active as they could be. Everything can be done better, and I'm sure that all of us are doing the best we can, but all of us, we could do better as well. If there's other things that could be done, this is something that if somebody wants to help, this is something that probably should be done, right? Because it would mean that we would get more people caring about the same things and uniting forces, which is always interesting, right?
Yeah. Okay, another question from me, and the context here is that I'll be trying to describe the goal champion role, to have it officially written somewhere, because we don't have that yet. And my personal idea of a perfect goal champion is one that doesn't do any work on the goal itself. I mean, by writing code or closing bugs, etc. A perfect goal champion would just be the facilitator, or the head person to rally up the community to work on the goal. What do you think about that concept?
Well, what you are describing is like almost like a manager, basically, or a coordinator. So a big part of our community is that people do mostly what they want to do. So if there are some people that are great at doing those things, but there are not that many, or that want to be involved in such goal or another. So and on the other hand, it's really hard to use this kind of role when you are not like this yourself, or when you are not willing to put all your focus in this direction. So it's kind of ideal for sure. I would agree, but it's really hard to reproduce in the open source community. I think as well.
I think that we need to remember that we're all people, and for the most part also doing this thing in our free time. So this means that people should just be comfortable with the role they take on the project. So sometimes being a project manager can be the thing that you end up needing, but that doesn't necessarily be the case. And what comes to mind is the case of Nate when he joined the goals. Not only like he started doing the goal, but I think that he was mostly unknown to everyone in the community. And while he didn't really play that project manager role itself, he used the spotlight that the KDE Goal gave him to, well, a bit like Niccolò said, to go to the different teams and saying, I'm that guy, and you listen to me because of that, but also, well, for doing his blogs, which have been and continue being super successful. So I think that the goal itself is an opportunity to give a bit of a spotlight and reason to be for the different people. And what each goal leader decides to do with that spotlight is, well, their prerogative. Also, all of the projects are very different, right? Like what he needed to do and what he had to do, Nate, was very different from what, for example, the onboarding goal had to do, which was more of a talking to different people kind of things and seeing exactly which bits of information were necessary, whereas the usability goal was spread much thinner over, well, a lot more places, including very complex code bases, right?
Yeah. People have been calling it a project manager or similar position. I see it a bit different, more in the direction of a cheerleader, who helps others understand and get excited about whatever the goal is. And since all of us have limited time in a day, I think it is a very good idea for the goal champion or someone very close to that person to be that cheerleader and get more people involved, because that's the way to get significantly more done, as opposed to just putting all the work on one person for the goal. Because all the goals we have selected so far, all 6 of them, were much, much, much more work than any single person could and should be doing.
Something that has always surprised me, but it clearly is part of the very human nature, is that people keep joining KDE, sending this email saying, "Hello, people, what do I do?" And then we have to give them an answer. The goals do give us this answer, and the goal leader can be the person who helps that person have an answer. My answer until the goals maybe was just find something that worries you and fix it, right? But I can understand that this is probably too wishy-washy for some people to turn this energy into something that they can just start doing on the next 5 minutes, right? Having a goal properly documented with tasks that they can understand and well, they can relate to is probably easier than telling them just go to Bugzilla and find a crash and solve it, because I mean there's literally hundreds of thousands of tickets over there, a lot of them that are non-actionable, so that doesn't help much.
Okay, thank you very much for the input. I'll use all of it when I'll be describing the gold champion role later on. A different question, since there are people watching here that maybe now thinking about, hey, maybe I'm going to be the next gold champion. I have a great idea. I want to push it as a goal for the whole KDE community. As current champions, what tip would you give to the person that is thinking about it right now?
Maybe to write a good detailed task description, because if you just like a paragraph and say, okay, that's it, you got my idea, that's not going to work. If you write down, I think we should these issues, let me give practical examples, that's going to help people understand what you mean.
Yeah, in practice, it's like we're in this not so ideal position. We want to move into this idealistic wall of wonder and describe this hero's path that you, as the goal person who proposes it, you're gonna at the very least narrate. I think that this is a proper way of looking at it. Like, if you wanted to say all of the icons should be blue, then you have to talk about how uncomfortable you are today about the icons being super colorful, and you want to live in a world where all of the icons are blue. And if people get excited by that, they're gonna vote it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, so any prospering future gold champions, check the schedule for the BOF that will talk about the future goals. And thank you very much, Lydia and the gold champions, for this roundtable of questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, and coming right up, we'll be having the lightning talks. Starting with Qt for Python.
Hey everyone, this is Anupam here, and I'll be hosting a small talk session on Qt for Python. Qt for Python is an official Qt project which aims to provide Python bindings for Qt C++ APIs. It is composed of two components, one is PySide and the other one is Shiboken. PySide is the Python module that we will be using to communicate with the Qt C++ APIs. Whereas Shiboken is used to extract information from C or C++ headers and generate code that will allow us to bring C or C++ projects to Python. Just like Qt, Qt for Python is dual licensed. One is under LGPL or GPL3 and another one is commercial. The LGPL or GPL3 license is more open source friendly, and if you need to do some commercial application, you will need to opt into the commercial license. Now coming to PySide, it's very easy to install. You either run pip install PySide 2 or pip install PySide 6 depending upon the Qt version that you require. I will be talking about that later. PySide works with Python 3.5+. PySide provides Python bindings to Qt C++ APIs like the following. From PySide2.QtQML, you can import the QtQML application engine, which will basically run the QML application. As of the latest version of PySide, which is PySide 6, bindings are available both in snake case and camel case. Developers can use either of them as per their liking. As of now, PySide is available in two versions. One is PySide 2 and the other one is PySide 6. PySide 2 provides bindings for Qt 5.x and PySide 6 provides bindings for Qt 6.x. With Qt framework, UI design can be done in two ways. One is Qt widgets and the other one is QML. Here we will be focusing on QML. QML is declarative and easy to understand or write. The UI related logic can be written in standard JavaScript, which is pretty easy. Here is a very basic demo of PySide in action. This is a simple PySide application which imports the PySide modules and initiates a QML application engine, which in turn loads the main.qml file. The main.qml file creates an object of the application window which shows an application window and a rectangle in center of the screen. This is a live demo of a PySide application. This is Pico Wizard, and the first run wizard which is shipped with Plasma Mobile on Manjaro. This is the time zone screen. You can scroll the time zones and select your time zone. You can also type to filter the time zones and click next to set the time zone. This is the wireless network connection screen. You can click and you set your password to connect to that Wi-Fi network. This is the user creation screen. You can type your name, your username, password, which should be digits only for Plasma Mobile, and click next to set your username. I will be hosting a BOF session on 21st June 11 UTC. Follow the official channels to know more about joining the BOF sessions. And the workshop is for beginners who wants to get into Qt development or Qt for Python development. Anyone can join the BOF session who is willing to learn more about Qt for Python. The only requirement is basic Python knowledge. Other than that, nothing else is required. And if you know QML, it's a plus. These are more or less the topics that I want to cover on the BOF session. These might change depending upon the situation or the timings that we have on the session. That's all for now. Thank you for joining. Bye-bye.
The next lightning talk will be health analysis of the KDE community. Since we have a couple of minutes before the next lightning talk, let's talk about the social events that are planned for this week. So there will be a session where you can learn how to do origami with Thomas. That will be Wednesday. Then there's a pub quiz on Thursday. And throughout the week, we'll be playing games together, like Super Tax Card, Scribble.io, and Gartic Phone. Those will have separate Big Blue Buttons rooms that you can join and coordinate for game sessions. I'll be sure to check in those as well during the event. All of that is in the social events page. Hopefully someone will link it in the chat in a moment. But also I wanted to ask a favor for you. For the pub quiz, we'll need the photos of your desks, your physical desks. In the social events page, under the pub quiz section, there's a link where you can upload your photos. And hopefully with enough photos, we will have a fun game of figuring out which desk is whose. So please join in the fun and see you at the social events during the week. And now let's start with health of the KDE community.
Hello everyone. Does the video appear on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me get started. Okay, so hello everyone. I will present a talk about the health of the KDE community. My name is Karl Schwab. I'm a KDE developer since 2018, and I'm contributing to the website documentation promotion. So I think I have, because of that, I have got some good overview of multiple teams in KDE. And I'm also contributing to get some QML applications, and here's my mail. This is actually a continuation of a previous blog post of mine. It's a similar analysis of that Hans Peter Johnson did for GNOME, and it's using his tool named Venerandi. So that's a quick recap of my previous blog post. I made some analysis of all the KDE repositories. How to read these graphs is what the beige graphs are what the new contributors or the occasional contributors, and then the color represents the contributors that started in 2017, for example, for the red color. And you can see how it evolves on the time. And the same thing about the commits. Number of commits. What's interesting is to see what while most of the contributors are started 3 years ago, around 2 years ago. In terms of commits, it's mostly old-timers who present most of the commits. Some notes that I need to add, there is a severe bias into the statistics. For example, did project what didn't get a Git repository anymore, for example, didn't convert from SVN, don't appear on the statistics. There's some duplicate commits, for example, Twitter and Calica have some shared history, and so it doesn't handle name change. So, for example, Laurent Motel and Laurent. So it's, and what I did is to try to create analysis for some small, also for sub-projects inside KDE. So, for example, for Plasma, these are the statistics. We can see what for the 2020 with GitLab and mostly the pandemic, maybe there was a lot of new contributors compared to the other years. Before 2007, the data are a bit wrong because it doesn't include. There was some rewrite and a lot of historic history was lost and the rewrites of Plasma for KDE 4. Yeah, for commit it's a bit similar. For KDE PIN, the numbers aren't looking that good. There was a loss of number of contributors around 2009 and 10. After that, and it didn't recover a lot. And in terms of commits, most of the commits are done by a very few number of contributors. Like, for example, you can see Laurent Motel. It is two in some really large proportion of the commits. For education, it's mostly stable. It's decreasing a bit. And for the commits, it's a lot of variation between the years. For the games, it's also not really looking that good, but need to understand that most of the games are mostly done and do not need to have more contributions other than cleaning some stuff and code modernization. For Calica, after 2012, most of the number of contributors decreased a lot due to the Nokia stopping to contribute to the Calica project. And in 2015, when Krita moved to a new repository, there was also a really big decrease of contributions. But for example, for Krita, you can see what it's doing the other way. There's a lot of increase of contribution, mostly in 2020 with the introduction of GitLab and maybe other factors. There was like a big increase. And I think also from this graph you can see also that the Krita committee is able to maintain the contributors for a longer time. For Plasma Mobile, there is a smaller time scale, but you also can see that there is like an exponential number of contributors and commits. So I hope it stay like this for a longer time. Okay. In terms of reach, so these are the statistics of the visit of KDE.org. And the US has a lot of visitors, and but actually Europe is like 44%, and North America and Asia are at 20%. And what's a bit sad is like Africa is only 2% of the commits to the visits, and so we don't really have a lot of visitors coming from Africa and users probably also too. So it's start from KDE.org, so it doesn't reflect exactly how many users we have, but it's really gives an idea of the distribution. And for social accounts, for example, for Twitter, it's increasing over time. These stats are only for 2019, but now we have like 90,000 subscribers of Twitter, so it's increasing and still increasing. Okay, questions? See, time is alright.
Since we don't have the questions widget for the lightning talks, I guess you can monitor the chat.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, if there are any.
For the plus, yeah, yes, for Plasma Active, I put the Kigami repository and the Coco repository. We have some longer activity from the Plasma mobile from the Plasma mobile project. So there's some 2011 Plasma Active elements in them.
Okay, thank you very much, Carl. Since this is a lightning round, no, we don't have too much time for questions. Yeah, thank you very much. I guess you can answer all the other questions in the chat anyway.
Yes, I can chat in chat. Yeah, I can do that.
So,
okay, thanks.
See you there. And the next
bye.
Bye, Carl. So the next lightning talk will be a progress update from Andreas regarding the SPDX license markers in KDE.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Are you ready to go?
I think so.
Okay, then I think there's nothing stopping us then. Go ahead.
Okay, welcome to my talk. And well, let's see how statistics also look in this field. I want to talk a little bit about SPDX license markers and reuse statements. And before I show you statistics, I will recall what they are. Let's start with what is a license. Whenever you contribute anything to KDE, you do some creative work. You own the right that this is only yours. That is good and fine, but in open source software, we say it's good that other people have the right to use it, to study it, to share it, to improve it. And by default, they are not allowed to do that. And to allow those other people to do something like that, we have to grant them licenses. And they are different free open source licenses. Most prominently in KDE, it's GPL, LGPL, MIT, BSD, and some more. And you have to grant them in a legal, correct way, such to ensure that others are able to use what we are doing. When you are doing that, you usually have something like that. This is some arbitrary license header I took from our code base. It's typically a comment at the head of file. At the top, you see a list of the copyright holders, so the people who own the creative right to that contribution. And then we have a lengthy text. This one is about 3 paragraphs and simply explains this code is under the GPL 2.0 or any later version. And the problem with these long texts is if you create another source code file and copy the license header because, well, it's already there, And then you decide, well, it's maybe not the GPL, but the LGPL. And you start to modifying a little bit and replace the general by a lesser. And then maybe forget also replacing that one. Then we already have a problem to see, well, what is meant? Is it GPL or LGPL? And such problems occur often, really, really often. And it's hard to figure out by automatic tooling, what do we have for licenses. And that's the reason why we discussed 1.5 years ago to go with reuse compatible license statements. This is mostly the same at the top. We simply replace copyright by this SPDX file copyright text. And the important part is that we replace the long license header text by a machine-readable identifier. And that's easier to read, it's harder to make errors, and it allows to make automatic tests and also create statistics of what we have here. And during that time, a lot of things happened, and many, many people helped. Before I show that, if you want to read more and know more about how this framework is working, this SPDX framework, there's a really good website, the reuse.software website, even with a small 3-minute video that explains everything to you. There's all the legal documentation if you want to go into that. And of course, we have our wiki page with how-tos and guidelines, how we are doing that in KDE. In a nutshell, it's quite simple. If you create a new file, you have to add a license identifier tag, you have to add a copyright tag, and for the license that you are using, you have to add the license into a specific subfolder. It's all documented here, and it's actually really hard to do it wrong, and there are even tools that check for you that you are doing it right. And during the last 1.5 years, we started to replacing the old existing license headers by, well, these shorter expressions. And that's not always that simple. We have automatic tooling for that. It's also documented at the wiki page if you want to convert it, because we have to match exactly what license we have. We must not change the license by doing that, because we only want to make it machine readable, but we must not change it. And I will look in some areas where a lot of progress happened. This is frameworks, for example, and there we are actually done. Here you see the number of files we have that are about close to 9,000 files we have at the moment, and there's a small gap between the files that are converted to SPDX and those are not, and those are the files that are duplicated. These are modules that will be gone with KF6, and so we didn't spend time for it. So at that point, with about KF573, we were done with the whole progress. And you see nicely that for all new files, there's a small upward trend. So people are still, well, are using it for new files, which is really good and important. Another area where we currently can see a lot of progress is Plasma. And that's extremely nice because I didn't do anything and people started doing the conversions there and occasionally added me to pull requests. So you see, I did the statistics about 2 weeks ago before the release, but it's on a really good track. And with I just did a review on a pull request, so we are probably right here at the moment in 1 or 2 days. And if we look at the overall list, it looks actually not that bad. Let's start at the top. I did a small calculation of all the source code files I could check out with KDE source build and simply looked at the CPP and header files, which is not completely accurate, but gives a really good impression and it's easy to calculate. And we have about, well, closely to 7,000 files and close to 40,000 files we have converted, which is really cool. and you see frameworks that are done or mostly done. Well, PIM, I completely forgot, they are simply done. They did an impressive job and it's all converted. Frameworks are done essentially. Plasma will be done soon. We have a few smaller modules that probably will not that hard to convert, and there I think that's the area where we have some work to do. But it's looking really good, and it's so nice to see a lot of different people doing the work. And if we do something like adding such markers to the files, we can do a lot of tooling, and that's something I just tried out yesterday. I did a checkout of all the source code I could get, and well, I grabbed for our license markers and did some statistics. Which license statements do we have in our code base? So we can see, and I must go closer because it's really small for me. We have the majority with GPL2 or later. Then we have the really big area with LGPL2 or later. And this is this combination of 2 or 3 or accepted by the KDE and so on. You see, it's a good trend. I think that's expected to be the majority. What we probably should look into in the future is, well, we have a lot of different statements. I made it cut at all statements that were used at most 10 times, and there are a lot of different interesting licenses we have at few occasions, but we can audit later. Now we have an overview of what we have here. And that's actually it. If you are interested in it, go to the website, go to the wiki. It's easy to do conversions. Just ping me on IRC or metrics. And many thanks to other people who are involved and making this work. Okay, thanks a lot. I think time is mostly done. Just ping me on metrics.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas, for that. As you said, questions for the lightning talks, we refer to the Matrix chat, so catch Andreas there, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer some of those. Thanks. And then coming up next, we'll be having David, who will talk about power profiles in Plasma. So in a short minute.
Hello.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm fine, but I'm a bit happy that my talk is the last one because I'm a bit hungry.
Okay, I see the presentation for you is up.
Yes.
And the time is also perfect for you to start.
So, hey, I'm David. I'm currently working for Plus Systems, and I'm a KDE developer, mainly work currently on Plasma. Now, some of you might be thinking, what the hell are power profiles even about? So I want to start with what do we want when using a computer? We want that the computer adapts its power usage and performance to what I'm doing. When I'm on a train and I'm reading some emails or PDFs, then I want that my battery of the laptop lasts as long as possible. So even if the train has delays and I miss my other train, that I can keep using my laptop. But when I want to play a video game, I want the maximum performance, so I get no frame lags and can enjoy the game without being interrupted by stuttering. In general, the default setup the kernel does of your system or how it controls your hardware is a compromise, even though your CPU can clock up and down or can other parameters can be adapted to the current usage. But even though these tend to be a good thing for the general use case and do a good job, with manual configuration, you can eke out a bit more in each area. You can eke out a bit more performance or eke out a bit more battery life. So we want to now modify these on our PC. So we have to see how we can do that. So the problem here is that in general, depending on your hardware, it's different how you do that. It's different to configure your GPU to compare to your CPU. And in general, it's also different depending on the vendor of your hardware. For example, I want to change the governor of my CPU to get better performance or to save battery. Then I see here, I go to the documentation or man page and see all the different options I can set, the governor, and the frequency and so on. But then I have an Intel CPU. They're using the P-state driver. It has additional options. Like now I have to know how do they relate to the other settings and what do I want there. And now I've only configured my CPU. Now I want to configure my graphics card. Luckily, I have an NVIDIA graphics card using the proprietary driver, even though it's not open, but I want to play games with it. Luckily, they have a UI tool for that. So I can select there quite easily. I don't have to pipe to files, but I have no idea what's adaptive, what's auto, what's the difference. I don't know. But when I have an AMD card, I have another set of options. I screenshotted here only one. So in the end, this is too complicated for the end user. I just want to say to my PC, I want the best performance available, or I want to save as much energy as possible. There's a nice new kernel feature called platform profiles for that. It's exposed by the ACPI interface if your PC or mainboard supports it. And it allows you to tell it, I want you to be as quiet as possible, or I want the best performance, and it will adapt the performance of the CPU, the fan profile, the thermal management, how hot the device is allowed to get. So to do what you want. For example, for this is, for example, Lenovo laptops, they will allow higher temperature if you're in performance mode, and it has a sensor to detect if it's on a desk or not, and it will allow that. But if you're moving it, it will think it's on your lap and will not allow to be as hot as possible in order not to burn you. But still, as a user, that's not really comfortable writing to this file. For that, there's a new central project called Power Profiles Daemon, which is intended to be the central daemon managing this state of the system. Of the 5 available profiles you saw before, it extracts them even further into only 3: power saving, normal balanced performance, and the maximum performance mode. In addition to that, it can also execute actions when the profile is changed. For example, disabling USB fast charging of a device plugged into when you go to power saving mode. And it uses this platform profile interface when it's available. Now I spent some time integrating that into Plasma. I want to show you screenshots of that. And I have to thank Kai Uwe here because he started this work, and I basically only had to fill in the blanks to finish it up. Here we see the battery applet, and is added a new control where you simply can select the power profile, and here you see currently performance mode is not available because the computer is running too hot and will not let you enable performance mode any longer. This is as mostly finished, needs some polishing up, and I expect it to be available in Plasma 5.23. Now here is the energy KCM, where you can see it's possible to automatically configure automatically changing the power profile if you, for example, unplug your laptop or plug it in again. So you can leave it unchanged or switch to power save, for example. Now a future feature which is really cool, which I implemented into the upstream power profile daemon project. There was API already planned but not implemented, that application could request enabling of a certain power profile. So for example, if you start a game, that says activate performance mode, and as long as the game runs, your PC will be in performance mode. And if you stopped again, it will automatically go back to the one you selected before. As you see, I already implemented it also on the Plasma side, but obviously this depends on when the upstream work is merged, which currently is blocked. Yeah. This is all I had to say about this. Was just a quick update about the work I have been doing on this front. Another area where this could be interesting is last year, David Edmondson did a talk about the foreground booster, where we could then imagine having this also in there. If an application is boosted, then we could also automatically switch the power profile. Thank you, and enjoy your break.
Thank you very much, David. Also enjoy your break and your lunch in that case. So everyone, the main track here is taking a break, which will last around 4.5 hours or so. Check the schedule. Use this time to eat, drink, sleep, whatever you need. But in 10 minutes or so, there'll be a office hour by Collabora. So check the schedule or the link in the chat to join that. It's like a virtual booth. It'd be a separate Big Blue Button thing that you can join in and talk with your microphones or maybe cameras to talk with that sponsor. Otherwise, I also would like to encourage you to send in group photos. The details were sent in the email that you should receive, but probably someone also will link that in the chat. So if you have group photos, maybe you have photos of yourself, maybe in this year's Akademy t-shirt, maybe some other KDE shirt, or any other if you prefer, then send in that for the group photo. And you might be asking, why are they asking about so many different photos suddenly? Well, because it's a virtual event. That's the best thing we can have without seeing each other, you know. So if you can send in your photos, and we'll be feeling more like a community that way. So again, sponsor hours starting with Collabora in a couple of minutes. Link in the chat, and otherwise this track is taking a break. So enjoy it and see you in a couple of hours.
You are currently the only person in this conference.